Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, baby.
Live from Danny Wickman's house.
Tis indeed.
Well,
Danny-
for like literally two of you.
Danny's actually asleep right now, so I don't know who that is.
A clone?
Well, that's really scary.
Oh,
No, I'm up here in Milwaukee because it's tomorrow is Danny's birthday, and today is Steve's birthday.
Whoa!
Happy
What?
birthday, both of
Happy
you.
birthdays!
Thanks. I appreciate it, y'all. It's good to be
What are
here.
you guys both 21?
Yeah, basically.
You made
Stop counting after that.
I made that joke yesterday too. It was very funny. Dude, we were like at a bar and drinking a drink, and like I made it super loud so that the bartender would hear it. I thought it was funny. Steve, I'm sorry that I couldn't fly to Spain, and then I chose to come to Milwaukee instead.
Hey, at least it's not any different, I guess.
Sure,
Well,
I wouldn't
you're
normally
definitely
fly.
showing your bias. I mean,
It's true. It's true. That's why I wanted to apologize.
no, it's fair.
That's why I wanted to apologize.
It's something you
Steve,
can work on your own time.
Are you doing anything?
Steve, I refuse to forgive.
Are you doing anything fun today?
Yeah, remember, for me, it's already 4:30 p.m. So I did have lunch with some folks and just like a small group to celebrate for a couple hours, and that was really nice. We've been wanting to try a place nearby us, and so I just like slowly working through the list and exploring,
Sure.
and so that felt great.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So fun.
Cool.
And then this week we'll probably have a chance to share a birthday party with someone else and just do drinks, larger
Okay.
group.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fun. I will tell you what, for both of you, Danny and Steve, for this next job, I don't want to give you an extra die because I think you have plenty of dice.
Mhm.
You
We
have
are
plenty of
professionals.
resources and plenty of dice. I think what I'll give you instead is I'll let you bump up either the effect or the position 1 level for a single
Birthday bump?
Birthday
birthday
bump.
bump.
Wow.
You guys get a birthday. I get a free birthday bump.
You said position or
Not the
effect,
birthday
right?
bump I was
Right?
thinking.
Yes. Yep. That is for when I do fly to Spain and see Steve in person.
Oh my god.
I'll give him
Birthday
that
bumps and a
video.
pizza.
A little birthday bump. Oh god, that's funny. That's funny. All right, yeah. So there's that. I don't know. I don't have anything else.
There's that. It's just such a funny way to conclude that little segment. It's like, now we've covered all the logistics, the
All right,
nuts and bolts
now-
of your weird birthday gift.
moving
There's
on to something else. There's that. No, I was trying to think of some sort of birthday related question off the top of my head, but I think I'd rather just jump into it.
That's fine by me.
Because we got some stuff to do today.
Yeah.
I think though, before I get to the actual crew in their stolen ship, we're gonna open on a planet. Johnny, I'm assuming the planet of Kamari.
That's right.
That's right. Okay. So just to set it up a little bit, if you're reading the Scum and Villainy book, the core worlds it is assumed you are never going to go to. So I had the fun job of having to create a bunch of planets for these people to go to now that they are in the core worlds. So one of those is the planet of Kamari, which is sort of think Coruscant. It's like the bureaucratic center. It's not the official capital, but there's quite a lot of political wheeling and dealing that happens on this planet. So the council might show up occasionally on this planet, but it's not like where they meet and like rule things from. So that is the planet that we open on. Praxis, what are you doing?
So Praxis arrives here in Kamari and makes his way. So I know that there is Ixili Pharos is like the person over all of like the records and secrets of the hegemony here on Kamari. And so but I also know that they're very hard to get an audience with, and so I want to like basically work whatever connections I have left here in Kamari to try
Sure.
and get an audience with Pharaohs.
Sure. I mean, I think I need a role for that. Then I should pull up my like GM screen. I normally am working off of like multiple screens, and I'm just now working off of my one laptop screen. So give me a moment if it
Yeah.
takes me some time to like hop around. Ba-ba-ba.
I believe in giving moments. I, for one,
The fuck?
Only one.
only one.
Only a single
One
one.
moment.
Okay. How do
If we
I-
can say I for one, can we say we for two?
Sure.
Us
Yeah.
3.
That
Yeah,
sounds
hard
like a
to
fun
speak
extension
for
of
another
that.
person so conclusively.
We for two agree. Right,
Them
Nick?
before.
I guess. And I don't. Well,
Sorry to drag you
I don't
into
know what we're
this.
talking about,
Right, Nick?
man. Yeah, sure.
Right.
You know what? Screw it.
Speaking
We
for all
two
of us
for
in full
three.
confidence.
Sometimes that happens though.
Yep, that
Like-
does.
I feel like knowing us, every single one of us has been in that situation before where like a person, like a waiter or something, will ask a group a question and you just like suddenly find yourself the spokesman for
Oh, yeah.
an
Oh,
entire
oh yeah,
group
for
of
the
people.
table. 100%.
Is there anybody? Oh no, we're good. We're good. We'll take the bill. Oh wait, did anyone want cheesecake? I'm so
All
sorry.
right. My I don't know what is going on.
It's only $6.
Not
Steve will
working.
have another burger, please.
My
And no pickles. And there better not be pickles.
Extra barbecue sauce.
Thank
I'm not. I don't know what's happening today. My GM screen is not working. My virtual GM screen is not working. So thankfully, I brought my
no.
book,
Yeah.
and we'll be able to use that instead. Yeah, I think I need an action roll for that. So let's start there.
Okay. I'm gonna sway. I'm gonna try and
Uh,
talk my way into this.
Yeah, I like that. Swaying with your connections there. I think based on how elusive they are, this is probably limited. But I think the position is we'll say controlled. Controlled. but
Okay.
limited.
Controlled.
Yeah, I'm gonna push myself for an extra die.
Okay.
Double sixes.
Incredible. That's ridiculous. So it was limited. Now you've got standard effect.
Johnny's back.
His power levels are off the charts.
Again.
So I think you are able to make some contacts who tell you that they can set up a meeting with Ixili, and it's not at the main archives. It is where is it? I'm trying to think of a fun. There's like a you know what it is? There's a bar, but it's literally a bar just for Ixili. That's how elusive the head of archives is. It's like her own private speakeasy.
Interesting.
And your contact is able to get you a one-time pass into the speakeasy.
Cool. I head there. Then I go in to the speakeasy.
And there's you go up to the front and they're like, pass, hand me your pass. And you walk in. There's a single person in this entire speakeasy sitting at the bar. And they don't even turn around. They just go, so if you're here, it must be incredibly important.
I don't know that there's anything more important happening in the entirety of the hegemony right now.
The amount of times I've heard that.
May I? And I walked up. I gestured towards the seat beside them.
Yes, please. You must know who I am, please. What is could you do me the pleasure of introducing yourself?
Praxis Thorn.
Ah, of House Thorn, yes.
Yes.
You are part of the redoubt of 1255, your family.
Yes. You know your histories.
Oh, of course. I know everything.
Yes. So about that, that means you do know that I have received a pardon for my
Recently, yes.
public mistakes. Yes. Pursuant to that, there are some things I'd like to take care of. Some business I'd like to do to get my family's name back in good standing. And I would appreciate your help with those things. I'm sure we can grease the wheels if necessary, but here's what I need from you. I need any access to any records concerning a particular individual named Vorex. I know they've been around for quite a while, and they've had dealings with the hegemony inside and out for that entire time. I'm sure there are secret records. I would like access to those. I also have something I need you to put on the records for me.
A little bit out and a little bit in.
Yes.
Give me an action roll. Let's
Sure.
see how Ixili takes this.
I am going to try consort. I want them to feel like I'm bringing them in on something.
Yeah, I dig that. I do still think the position we'll say is risky now, and I do still think the effect is limited, just given the enigmatic and mysterious nature of this person. It's a little hard to read, a little hard to. They try to as best stay out of politics when they can, just to remain neutral and in charge of the archive. So I think it's limited in that sense.
Okay. 6, not double.
Okay. I will not let you add a gambit to your crew because Praxis is kind of off doing his own thing right now. She stares at you for like an uncomfortable amount of time, like studying you. Very interesting. It seems you're making some big plays, Praxis Thorn. I'll tell you what. There is, as I mentioned, it is my job to collect knowledge, know what's happening in the hegemony, to directly serve the council so that they are aware of what is happening in their realm. There's a secret project on Siloxa, which you would know is the planet where they're like creating military weapons, training the military. There is a research project on Siloxa, and believe it or not, one that I am not aware of. I know it's happening, but I do not know what it is. I would very much like to know what that is. And if I were to somehow stumble into that information, perhaps I could give you all that you want in return. I'll even hand you a file for now to whet your curiosity.
I have no reason not to take you at your word. I think we have a deal, an accord.
Wonderful. You'll find the file already on your computer.
Impressive. I look forward to meeting you again.
Oh, we will not meet again. Once you get the information, you'll drop it off here. Once I find it, I will send you every file that you want and receipt of the added information that you're interested in. I do not meet the same person twice, ever.
Oh, In that case,
God, our staff expenses must be incredible.
Just so much overhead. This budget
Yeah.
is like
Yeah, so I had to
98%
fire that
hiring
intern
new
because they
people
brought
to
me
talk.
a coffee.
Just churn and burn, baby. Churn and burn them interns.
Cool. I will take my leave then.
Wonderful. Where do you go?
I do want to make one stop before I
Please.
leave the planet and head to
Yes.
Saloxa.
Yeah.
I am assuming maybe actually I have to leave planet for this, but I want to find the nearest what was the group that I was involved with? I can't even remember now. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
yes,
the weird faction.
Yeah.
Yes, that was the. Sorry, I'm pulling it up now. Normally I'd have it super easy. Now I gotta hunt through everything. The Ashtari cult.
Yeah, I wanna find them.
Ah, okay. Yeah, there is like there's like a chap. Ooh. I think I'm gonna need an action, and here's why. Like most cults are not sanctioned; they work underground, to some degree.
Mm-hmm.
So you're gonna have to do a little bit, I think, to find where the Core Worlds chapter of the Ashtari cult is, because they're probably not. Back in the Procyon sector, they can be a little bit more out in the open, just because there's a little less hegemonic oversight. But here, being an unofficial cult and religion, they have to stay pretty hidden.
Yeah. I want to then let's see if I can I know it can be dangerous to ask the wrong people the wrong questions. And so I want to just try reach out with the way and see if I can feel
Sure.
I imagine them putting out some sort of antennas for way users to find them as well. And so
Yeah. I'm with you. In fact, it's super interesting. I've created these planets, and you're supposed to give them a rating, and weird is one of the ratings. And there are only a couple planets that even have any points in weird. Valthoria Prime is one of them. So I think, or you're on Kamari. Apologies.
Yeah.
Kamari does not have any points in weird. It doesn't mean you can't find it. I think then that is. I think it's controlled but limited.
okay.
It's controlled. Let's say risky. I feel like most of the time you're working with the way.
Yeah.
There's a risk involved in
Risky
reaching out to
planet.
the cosmic consciousness of the universe.
Okay. 5.
Okay. On 5, do if there's a consequence. Already limited. I will say that you have a heading. You can pick up. There's a faint trace of way energy coming in from the direction of Valthoria Prime, which is an artist's planet. Basically, there's just theaters and art institutes and high fluting society parties all the time. And then there is sort of a trace coming from Aurea, which is the scientific planet.
Yeah.
I think that represents the limited. You can pick up that there's probably someone from the Ashtari cult on one of those planets, but there really isn't a good sense of which one of those it is.
Yeah. I'll head to Valthoria Prime.
Okay.
A little homecoming.
Oh, okay. Well then, I think the screen will go black, and we will cut up on a gate, and it's silent for a little bit, and then a Malcleith guard ship comes through, and you guys are in the core worlds. In the intervening weeks, I have created your Malcleith guard transport ship for you. So you told me you want it to be a what's the word I'm looking for? Not a
Cerberus?
a Cerberus style ship. Yep, a Cerberus ship. So it's you're no longer in charge of a Star Dancer. You now have a Cerberus ship, which makes sense, right? They would be focused on like bounty hunting, picking up like enemies to the hegemony. So I am not giving you an equal amount of upgrades that you had on the Montressor. I've given you some upgrades on this ship. I tried to pick stuff that I felt like you would walk onto the ship and find, or there'd be some reason for you to have access to that ability on this new ship that you have not developed yourself. But I think going forward, you can put those upgrades into anything you want. A couple things of note: you've got less gambits with this ship. But the one thing I did let you have is I did let the crew quality kind of come over to this ship, where normally like the crew quality is tied to your ship. I think it makes sense that your crew quality would carry over and you would go back to crew quality 0.
I was going to ask regarding that, like this ship being from a tier 3 or tier
that's also
4.
part of it, I think, as well too.
The ship's pretty nice.
Yeah, the ship is nice. You guys
Also,
still
we're
have your
pretty good.
experience. Yeah, you guys still have your experience. The ship is still a decent ship. It's got quite a few upgrades. Not as many as the Montressor, but it's, they haven't let this thing go into disrepair. So,
and have you decided to tie project clocks to the Montressor?
I think so, because a lot
Like
of the
upgrading
project,
hyperdrive, a lot of the project
clocks. Yeah, a lot of the project clocks are tied to stuff on the actual ship, so you wouldn't have access to those things.
To be clear, I finished that.
You did finish that, but I'm just saying, like, as an example, that would have made sense as like that was all on the ship. Any version of progress you were making is tied to the Montressor or something, and I don't know, maybe depending on how we cut it.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to mention, and I'll just mention this really quick, and then we can explore it later. But when during Praxis's scenes, and you see him moving about, he's not on the Montressor.
What?
Yeah, the ship you take off on is not the Montressor.
What is it? What is it like? What does it look like, Johnny? This other ship? Anything of interest?
Oh, it's just like a little, not even like a classed ship. It's like a personal transport sort of thing you'd see.
Is it like fancy though?
Fancy in the way that like it's unreasonably expensive, but not in the sense that it like can do a lot of stuff. Just moves one person from one planet to another.
That's what I was assuming. But it's good to clarify.
Okay.
It's a little.
Praxis has a cozy little nav skiff. It's very nice.
I imagine a Bugatti, but like a ship that flies.
That's great.
Pointless. Can't really even carry that many people, but super expensive.
That's right.
All right. So we jump in. Gears is immediately gonna start. I've noticed on our new temporary ship, which I've taken the liberty of naming Dusty, and Gears has not consulted anyone for that. He just starts calling the ship Dusty.
Just started calling it Dusty.
There is a long range. There is a long range scanner on this ship. I would like to try to utilize that to look for the Montressor's ID signals.
Sure. You got. Where's the long range scanner? Oh, is it a part of your
comms?
It's actually under comms. Yeah, nice. Cool. I think then roll with your comms quality then. I think we're looking at probably a controlled and standard.
Cool.
Controlled standard.
5.
Okay. Controlled on a 5. Yeah. Okay, here's what it is. Here's the minor complication. But you can pull back if you want. It gives you on controlled. You've got the what the consequence is going to be, and you can kind of just stop it and find a different way to get about it.
Okay.
I think you start to pull this up, and you realize that by sending out this scan, you'll also send out your location. Doesn't mean you won't immediately be found, but it means that, like, obviously Malcleet and now the hegemony are looking for this specific ship, this specific, like, VIN number or whatever. So by being able to figure out where the Montressor is, at some point, Malcleet will be able to start tracking you and find you a little bit easier. Won't be immediate, but it'll happen.
Can I
Should
resist?
we assume that there's just a clock already for them finding this ship? Or
There-
does that imply an inevitability? I don't know.
There
Like,
is.
how
This
do you
would
think
imply
about
this would imply an inevitability.
that? So that would start a clock, for example, as a possible
think
mechanic, but we don't have
the
one
clock, yeah, the clock would be like, in a little bit they're gonna, I think we'd start a clock. I mean, if you want to continue with the action and find the Montressor and then try and resist that, you just tell me how.
Yeah, so I think what he ends up doing is using the long range sensor or scanner, and like the fact that like this ship is probably already on House Malcleeth's like the official like hegemony like broadband kind of deal. He's actually just going to, instead of like sending out a signal and like pinging where something is, he's instead just going to take in all the signals of like the various like patrol ships and like other ships in the sector, and just like absorb it all in, and like by process of like elimination find
Gotcha. Okay.
Montressor.
Yeah, I dig it. Just trying to find the page on. There we go. Here's resisting. That's probably I'd say that's probably insight. I think there's probably like a hacking element to it.
Yeah, well, I think it is for sure. Critical. I don't think that matters, but I didn't roll 2 6s, so I don't get any stress. I wish it mattered.
Too blessed to be stressed.
Much too blessed for that. Yeah, so that's what he does. He sort of hardwires the system to, instead of send out a signal, just accept signal. So it's like passive sonar versus active sonar.
Yeah, I like that. And that's really interesting with what I had already kind of imagined was happening, which is that you take in the signal from a bunch of patrol ships, probably like a dozen or so patrol ships that are all clustered in a single area of space. And you catch a little bit of what they're sending to each other. And you realize that these 12 ships have basically set up a perimeter around a ship that they believe to be the Montressor.
They got my ship. I'm gonna hail like Havoc in the pilot's chair. Havoc, they got my baby surrounded. I'm gonna need what kind of guns are on this thing? And then he just cuts out.
All right. I'm guessing by your baby you mean the Montressor?
Yeah, and like after he cuts out, on your screen comes up like the locator and location of like the Montressor, and then you see like, what did you say? Just like 12 ships.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just like surrounding it.
All right. Do we have a new heading then? Is that where you want me to go?
There's just no response. Just going.
All right. And Havoc will just turn. Havoc's also assuming that where the Montressor is, Praxis will probably be there.
Sure.
So he's like, all right, cool. That's where we're going.
Where 3 or more are gathered in my name.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm not gonna make your roll. I mean, eventually, yeah, you get closer and you can see that there's about a dozen or so like hegemonic ships surrounding, kind of in a circle. You can't really see what's inside. You'd have to get past them somehow.
And this is just like in like deep space, not really.
Yeah, this is just in space. Yeah, I'd say it's the closest planet is probably Kamari.
Okay.
But it's still some hours away on your normal drive to get there.
All right. Couple hours from Calamari.
Kamari.
All right. Calamari.
Come on.
All right. Gears, did you figure out what we're looking at in terms of weapon systems for this ship?
So at this point, he just appears behind you. Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've been in here. Okay. All right. So there's 12 enemy ships.
I'm trying to decide if this is this the job?
I mean,
Well, at this point, we're still considering whether we want to do this or not.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think so. I was going to.
I think if you guys, I'll just say that. I think if you guys decide to do this, I think the job might be getting past these ships to figure out what they're guarding.
well, we know they're guarding the Montressor, right?
Well, yeah, but like we don't know why. Is it because they have Praxis?
Yeah.
Is he like threatening to blow the ship if they don't like let him go?
Oh, that would be fun.
All right. First things first. I will try to hail like the Montressor on our private line.
Oh, sure, okay.
And see if we can if there's any response.
There's no response. There's just static.
Would it be possible to set up like an auto response on the private line, like knowing that they might hail it if
Is that a flashback?
ship?
Sounds like a flashback.
Little flashy Becky.
I'm also with what I know Johnny has decided to do with the Montressor and the state of the Montressor.
Fair enough.
I don't know if even an automated message would work.
That's fair.
Oh, you're
That's fair.
breaking my heart
I don't
already.
like the sound of that.
No.
I don't like the sound of that at all.
Havoc will sort of gesture to his fine customized spacesuit he has hanging up, like some hook behind him or whatever. And he'll go, perhaps I could check things out sneakily, if you will.
You want to do a dark walk?
There's a lot less of a chance they'll notice me than the entirety of one of their own ships.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. So I guess this is the job. I really need to know what's going on with my ship.
Our ship.
Our ship. Sorry.
You know what? I'm not gonna make it a job.
Oh,
Okay.
Because I can't. I don't know if we can spin like a whole job.
Yeah, does it seem big enough?
I think this is definitely multiple actions to do, but I don't know if it's quite at the level of a job.
That's fair.
So you're gonna do a dark walk
Yes.
out into space to try and get closer to what they're guarding and past these ships. Wow.
I think real quickly we inform Graves what we're doing. Like as Havoc's
Graves just appears behind you because I think because you were on the comms initially, right, Gears?
Yeah.
So Graves just like always looks overly large when he tries to fit into like the pilot area and stuff.
But also he
his head just like pops up and horns like behind both of you and just like puts hands on both of your shoulders and he's just like looking out past you, peering very intensely. And so are we close enough that we could even like glimpse the tiniest speck that we know is the Montressor with our actual eyes, or is it just like on a okay?
No,
distances in space are much you can't see it.
And he's just looking like longingly, like almost as if he like it's kind of a strange thing when you think about it. Like it's instinctive to look in the direction where you think something is, but you can't actually see it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he just like heaves a sigh, and you both feel like an unusually nervously strong grip on both of your shoulders.
Gears just goes in a little closer. Just like I'm very upset about this.
Praxis could be on there.
Oh yeah, I guess
Yeah,
Praxis could be on there.
While thinking as well. All right. Well,
We have to go in.
Well, if he hasn't bailed, I hope he hasn't bailed. But if he hasn't, he might need a suit.
What do you mean bailed?
Well, I don't know why they'd be surrounding an empty ship, but if they weren't, or if they were, it'd be because he, used an escape pod or did a dark walk. Which could mean he's just like floating out here somewhere. But anyways,
at this
just
point,
in
you
case-
look and Havoc's already gone. The airlock has started
I meant
pressurizing.
take an
and
extra suit with you.
door opens and Havoc. goes out.
All right.
It's a good thing you're already oriented the right way. You would have shot in the wrong direction.
I would.
Drifting off into the
He is going
Oh, that's
there.
Havoc. That's Havoc.
Opposite way. It's gonna take a while for you to like float over there, basically.
It is, but I don't want to like keep having you roll. So let's start with a desperate roll.
Yeah.
Desperate standard. Desperate standard.
Yeah. I mean, like we've already established that this space, the Havoc spacesuit has like thrusters on it, so he's gonna try to speed himself up as fast as much as possible. But
Yeah,
also
I think
he doesn't want to like slam into one of the Malcolm ships or the Montressor and just
For sure.
pulverize himself out
for
of it,
sure.
right?
So I think that's why anybody else it would have been probably a limited effect, but I think because of your fine
Yeah.
spacesuit, you've got a bit more control over this than anyone else.
Yeah.
So I
Would
think
you
standard
consider this
effect.
to be a speed related roll?
It depends on what action you tell me you're using. What action are you using?
I think I'm using Helm.
Okay, then I accept. Yeah, I think it's a speed
Okay.
related roll.
So I have potency on this then.
Okay, so then great effect.
Great effect. Desperate. All right.
Don't forget your XP.
Something
I am
might have been
gonna
wrong
forego
this
the
time,
X.
'cause it's stack.
I'm gonna
That's
forego the
close.
XP and instead use Daredevil to roll with an extra die instead.
Yeah.
Nice.
We only have the one
Appropriately
gambit.
named.
I don't think. Can I even spend gambit on this? Is it a?
I mean, you can. I think it just you're not gonna
It's just
get
that we
it.
wouldn't have one for the next.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like this seems really, really freaking dangerous.
It is desperate, and you are in space trying to
Okay.
sneak past what I'm assuming
So-
are gunships.
Is because I mean I'm rolling for it. Would you guys be fine if I spent the gambit?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd
I'll
rather
stop
not
you.
lose another crew member.
Right. Yes, I will spend that gambit. I kind of want to hear a devil's bargain, Justin.
Oh, okay.
Literally whatever he can do.
Ooh.
Danny's always jonesing for a devil's bargain.
I know, I love it.
I am.
The
That's the
devil's
gambler in him.
the devil's bargain is that your suit will start to be on the fritz, so it's going to be harder for you to get back. But you'll get there and you'll be able to see what's going on with that.
Well, you might get there. Remember, he can still fail this roll.
He could, yes, yeah.
Let's roll. That's so fun.
Okay.
It's so fun, but I am already rolling 5 dice, but it is very fun. That 6 dice could be the one that gets me there.
You could use your birthday boy card and wait. Did you say he could lower the?
So
Increase
either
position
way,
effect.
you can either increase the effect or lower the position.
But I like the danger being a part of it, so maybe I shouldn't have even suggested that.
I mean, hey, I gave you a free birthday bump, so you use that bump.
Get
What's the
use that
effect
bump
right
where you
now?
want.
Yes.
You're
Free
you're
birthday,
at
birthday bump.
desperate, great.
That's what great. I'm gonna. That's fun. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take the devil's bargain.
Okay,
I'm not gonna use the
Okay.
birthday bump. I am.
Okay.
I am holding the birthday bump.
okay.
Yes.
Could you imagine if you rolled all threes or lower?
Jesus Christ. 3 6s are among there.
I was gonna say, if you don't get a crit with this, I would be so surprised.
That's so funny though.
How are
Yeah,
you
that
rolling
would be really funny.
6 dice?
All ones.
So how many?
Oh,
wait,
the odds are it would be 6
what-
to the 6th power.
yeah, how many is your helm stat?
I have 3 pips in my helm.
Plus Devil's Bargain.
Plus
Plus
bargain.
pushing yourself.
Plus
Where's that 6
I didn't
dice?
push myself. Devil's Bargain, Gambit, Daredevil. On desperate rolls, I can choose
You
to get an extra
dice.
instead of
Okay,
XP.
perfect.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, you would already do it with even more than great effect. So I think then very speedily, not necessarily sneakily, but very speedily, you get you get past these ships very easily, and like as you start getting closer to like where their lines would converge, you know what I mean, like their
Yeah.
circumference, you see a wreckage. You see bits and pieces of the Montressor.
Gears, and what feels like no time at all, you hear Havoc on your comms. You're like, I've arrived at our ship.
How did you do that so fast?
It's sort of flogging myself.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Gears.
About what?
You are not going to like this.
Just tell me what it is. God,
There is no more Montressor.
can I immediately take a harm?
Sure. Sure, if you'd like. I mean, that's gonna put you real close to getting out, but if that's what you want to do, I won't say no.
Yep. Yeah.
Say more, Havoc.
Oh,
Yeah, that's probably
I think a level
one.
2 harm. No,
level
no,
2?
no.
Oh,
Yeah.
level 2 harm. Okay.
He is
Wow.
obsessed with that ship. He's unstable.
Sure, that makes sense. Okay, level 2 harm.
Gears, you need some therapy.
Baby
after this one.
gone.
I mean, what would it be called? Something like
No, baby gone. That's what.
just baby gone,
Yeah.
Level 2 baby gone.
child dead.
Oh my god! Oh no!
I like that one.
Graves
okay.
asked. Graves asked Havoc to say more. Havoc goes, well, Praxis is no insight.
You better hope not.
Either that or his body's not even in sight. Also, I seem to have overused the thrusters of my spacesuit, and I don't know if I'd be able to get back on my own. I don't think the Malcleith ships have spotted me. But yeah, so up to you guys. Decide what you want to do. I'll be here.
Yeah, so Gears is just sitting there staring. So there's no response.
Oh.
Come on back, Havoc.
As I said, I seem to have overused the thrusters on my seat, so I don't know how easy that will be. I can try, but yeah, I'll try. Have a go sort of like peek around some rubble.
Sure. As you look, I was gonna give this to you, but I love that you're just saying that you're doing that.
Yeah.
I think one of the big things you notice is that you're like familiar enough with the ship that I think you'd be able to like figure this out. Even though you're probably the most familiar with the ship, you're not unfamiliar with it.
I'm very familiar with the cockpit.
Yeah, but
Or
I
the
think
bridge rather.
in
Well, you know the
general,
ship.
you'd still have a good understanding, I think, of the ship, even though
Oh,
Gears
yeah,
is the one that
yeah.
maintains it. Like the pilot still needs to know like secure.
Well, I
the
think
thing.
it's especially true with his ability to like break certain systems
yes,
to like
100%.
get more out of
he
the
knows
ship.
he knows what can take and what can't. Like it's a total wreckage. There's like there's nothing that you can see that's like able to be salvaged.
Yeah.
But you don't see any signs that the experimental hyperdrive. You don't see any like parts from the experimental hyperdrive. You don't see any like signs of some of those parts in the wreckage. It's like the ship is broken, but the experimental hyperdrive was either not a part of that explosion or somehow survived that explosion and is no longer here.
Gears, are you still there?
There's no answer.
Coming. Okay.
He's here.
Yeah, I think that the officials who are guarding the ship, hopefully they are, at least someone, I think, has taken our experimental leap drive. So that is still, but that's good news, Gears, because that means it's
How's
still
that?
intact. It's still
Oh.
intact, and we can take it back.
Oh, that's actually
We might
actually a
not
pretty
be able
good
to have
point.
the Montressor,
Fair.
but we can have a piece of her. So,
Havoc. Sorry, I checked out for a moment.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. You're good. I completely
What,
understand. I mean, just sitting there in deep space, almost like silently accepting he might just die. They don't decide to come for it.
Yes. Havoc. Did you check the secret compartment where we kept the ship's holdings?
Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, I am asking because there was 3 cred in the ship. I mean, Justin,
Yeah.
you just say it's empty or it was destroyed or something. But
Oh no, I don't have dice. Oh, there's dice
mean,
here. I'm surrounded by dice.
If
Yeah, you're literally
Praxis,
surrounded by dice.
if Praxis knew about it, there's no way he jumped ship without taking it.
okay, then it's not.
Yeah.
there. I think that's silly.
Yeah, that's
I just
We
wanted to
can
make
add that
sure.
to Johnny's sheet then, right?
Yeah, so Johnny, that's 3 cred that was on the. I already took it off of the ship.
Oh, I am though going to. I just noticed that you guys have 2 debt. I'm gonna transfer that over to Dusty as well too.
That's fair.
I think you still, as a crew, have,
Dusty debt.
have debt.
Yeah. Havoc is like he's just like floating around the the parts of the Montressor, like looking at things. It's He finds a couple bobbleheads that he had on the dash that he pockets real quick.
Damn it.
Right. Okay. So you said you were stuck down there, right?
I'd have the control that I had getting here, so
All right.
that'll help.
Find a. You said the engines were gone, right?
Yeah, it's in pieces. That's
All right. Go to the armory. I'm going to walk you through overloading one of the blasters. It's going to cause a chain explosion. Hopefully, they'll just think that, the ship in its destroyed state, had some sort of secondary explosion. You're going to ride the wave out
God, all right.
past the blockade. You're going to do that by dark walking out onto the outer side of the cargo bay doors. Based on that trajectory, you should be able to make it past the blockade without slamming into a ship. You're basically going to ride the doors like a surfboard.
Yes, I absolutely fucking love it. Run me through. Havoc is on board.
I hope there's some thrusters left in your suit because you might need to navigate a little bit as you're flying through the space.
So how
All
are
right.
you triggering this remotely? Or
So
are you having
no.
Havoc do
He's
it?
gonna
I'm
run me
having Havoc
through.
go
Okay.
to the armory, find whatever's still working,
Sure.
and basically set it all to blow.
I mean, I think we have to figure out if there
Was being a
is
sister a
something-
setup?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
also
I
we had to
think-
figure out if there even
I
is
think I'm
anything.
gonna roll luck first,
Fortune.
just to
Aye,
see
aye,
if there's
aye.
anything you can use. I'm just gonna roll a single dice.
Yeah. If there's nothing, then the next best bet is for Havoc, I think, to go into a Malcleath's ship.
I rolled a 6 though, so there's some stuff that's like still sparking that you could probably use to make an explosion happen.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. All right. So yeah, he starts and I guess this kind of has to be a rig roll from you, and then I'm assisting.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Rig is the only action in Insight that I have a pip in. So
Oh,
There you
all
go.
right. Maybe you occasionally listen to Gears as he's
that's like my exact mindset.
Man, if this isn't a desperate action,
I don't
if
know what
didn't
is.
say this is desperate, then I think you would have to tell me I can't jam anymore if I didn't say this was desperate.
It's pretty desperate.
Um,
Well,
Hey,
this feels a little bit less desperate. Well,
Justin.
So
well, my
even though
argument
it's
is
a-
like the escape
Yeah.
itself is definitely going to be desperate.
yeah,
Is
I'm
this
not
Rig
gonna
plus-
have. I'm not gonna have you. I'm gonna subsume the actual explosion into this.
Okay.
It's not gonna be like a
Okay.
separate roll for the explosion. That wouldn't make any sense.
Okay.
There might be a roll like
for the ride there.
for the ride, potentially, especially depending on how this roll goes. I think this is desperate. I think I'll give you standard though because I rolled a 6. I think
cool.
Okay.
Less than a 6 on that luck roll would have been limited. But
Justin, even though she's in pieces, would you consider me to be on board a ship for this role?
no, sorry.
I was gonna try to argue for
It
using
doesn't really
exceed
serve the
specs.
main purposes of
Yeah,
the ship anymore.
I know that's what you're trying to ask, is if you could somehow exceed specs, but I don't think so.
Well, also, you could argue that just every system already is damaged to the utmost, and thus, which I just
Yeah,
marked on the
true,
ship because I
true.
thought it was funny.
I just saw that just now. I actually I'm trying to decide if it makes sense to have you roll the engines of the Montressor.
Well,
Oh.
we're not using the engines; we're using the weapons. So, right? That's what.
Or, I mean, we could say because they took the leap drive, but technically the sublight engines are a separate.
Are still there.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so you could say we're blowing those, and you're gonna ride the cargo
That
bay.
kind of makes sense to me because
Yeah.
it's all dependent on how good the explosion is, on if you can get out. So I think you're going to use the engines of the ship rather than your rig roll.
yeah, okay. So
two
a
dice.
little retcon there. Gears
I
was talking
just
about the
definitely
engine.
heard
not
Rick
the-
roll, by the way.
I did
a
too,
rig roll.
but it's
A
fine.
rig.
Loved it so
We're
much.
gonna roll.
So 2 dice, and we're looking at desperate and standard. I said,
And I can still assist though,
and you
right?
can still assist. I think that still makes sense.
That's a
Yep.
stress, right? And then I just give him a die.
Yeah. Is it 2 stress?
Alright.
1 stress?
It's 2 stress.
I think it's 2 stress. Yeah.
No, it's just one assists. I take 1 stress.
Oh, okay.
Oh, push yourself is 2 stress.
Yeah,
Push.
yeah.
I always
you guys are-
forget which is. I
Yeah.
know there's one that's 2, but
All right.
Oh, good.
Since it's desperate, I'm gonna once again use Daredevil to take the die instead of taking the XP.
sure.
So that brings you to
We're at
4.
That's
4
pretty
dice
good.
then.
I don't know that this necessarily has a sensible mechanical benefit, but Graves hooks up to a cable and also
Sure.
exits so that he can receive havoc in case.
Oh, yes.
I mean, trajectory is going to be tough. He has limited
Sure.
thruster control, so
We'll get to that.
Smart.
Yeah.
We will get to that.
Graves' body is ready to receive havoc.
Just
That
to
is one
give
way to
that
put
you
it.
guys, the odds of rolling a 6 with 6 dice earlier is 99.997% chance.
Hmm.
Now it's different, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
That's fun.
I don't need to know the odds. I'm rolling.
Never tell me the odds.
Never tell me the odds, because I will never understand them.
I don't understand percentages. What do you mean?
And what is that?
what is that? Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Nervous.
That's where the magic happens.
Ooh. Okay. There is a 6 there.
Okay, just 1 6.
Just 1 6.
All right, so you do it. Graves, you're watching, and then you just in kind of like in the distance, just see a light. You don't hear anything because there's no sound in space. I know that. But you see the explosion.
In space,
and
no one can hear you scream.
no one can hear you scream. And you,
Because Havoc is.
yeah, Havoc, you're flung out of this area past the ships. Yeah, I think you can get past them. That's fine.
They definitely notice it.
They definitely notice it for sure. So like if you're keeping track of their
Yeah, we're like listening to their comms.
Yeah, they're like, what was that explosion? Somebody like get out there, check it out. And I do think it is fun though that like Havoc is hurtling and like the trajectory is not perfect. So like Graves, you start to see this form slowly get closer and closer and closer and closer, and it's just Havoc being rocketed towards you, and it's not quite gonna get into the cargo bay, so you have to like do something to get him in.
Yeah. So I was picturing like a cable,
Sure.
but I don't know what makes more sense, if it's like just typical to use some type of thrusters thing in this,
I mean,
fictional world, or if it's like, cabling in.
I will point out one of the things that comes on a Cerberus ship is a weapon called a grappler.
Grappler.
It has a grappler already attached to the ship.
That's so perfect.
Okay, can we stop? I'm gonna ask if we can make a reference to a childhood favorite of mine. There's a show called Outlaw Star. It's an anime, and their grapplers were literally like robot arms that would come out of their ship, and then they'd like
That's dope.
like grapple with other ships.
That's pretty cool.
Can it be that, please?
Sure. Yeah. Sure. That's fun.
Outlaw Star was an incredible show, but those
Thank you.
grappler arms were so goofy. I love it.
They were.
I'm looking at
They
pictures
were
of them right
goofy.
now.
I'm not gonna
They
deny that
look
for a second.
so goofy.
They are really goofy. I'll stand by them 100%.
No, it's awesome.
I almost see. I don't know how. I almost picture like those like scientist experiments, where you like put your arms into the thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. That's why they look so goofy.
Oh,
Graves
that's
is like
fun.
putting his
That
arms
is fun.
into it.
Oh,
and
for
then
control. Oh, okay,
controlling
cool.
it. Yeah.
That's fun.
No, that's sick. Yeah.
I think hopefully this can help in some way. Under pilot items, I have grappling hook. I don't know if that will just allow me to like assist, to like help to like latch onto those arms.
I think
pull
that would
myself
Two
in.
grapplers meet in the sky.
It's beautiful. It's called
Yeah,
Red
like
Mighty.
like Avatar.
I like it. I need an
Catch
action
that reference.
from Graves.
Yeah.
As
So
you
initially,
operate
Graves is like
this.
looking out the hangar bay, and he's just like, "How's our trajectory?" And like,
Gears is like, not great.
Then you look over to the side, Graves, and you see like what appears to be like this console, and like you quickly realize that those are the grapplers. So if you stick your hands into these things, you can operate these like robot arms in the side of your transport that'll maybe let you grab Havoc a little bit easier.
Right out the air.
Graves, I'm trying something. All right, and you'd probably see this on your display, Gears. Sorry, I just said Graves, didn't I? Yeah. We all did it now. Now I've confused myself for you. It's perfect. So Gears, you probably see on your display, like, that these arms are activated or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Justin, I would love to try to reach out towards Havoc.
Give me an action.
Or where he will be momentarily for a little mitt action. I think it's got to be Rig.
Sure.
I think that makes
Makes
sense.
sense. Yeah, Rig makes sense. There's a few
And
actions that would make sense to me, but Rig definitely makes
it
sense.
could be.
Or would he be rolling with the weapon systems of the ship?
Oh,
That kind
How
of makes
does
sense.
that work?
Because it is a weapon system, to be
yeah,
fair.
it is a weapon system.
Should be rolling with the quality of it. It'd be the same amount of pips as your Rig Graves.
Yeah, let's keep it consistent. Let's do that. That makes sense. Yeah. Yep. So
Okay.
you're rolling with the quality of your weapons, which is 1.
Oh, we have
Two.
2 here.
2? Oh, 2. Yep,
Yeah,
you're
there's
right.
one
Engines.
in the baby.
One in the baby.
One in the baby.
Montressor's dead, so
You're
not one no
rolling
more.
with the weapons, so 2 dice. Boy, this sounds desperate to me as well.
Yeah.
But I will say that it's standard. If you can get it, you'll catch Havoc.
Yeah.
Can I assist by kind of like trying to get to have like a similar? Because like if we were
the ship
dead
a
stopped
little
in
bit,
space
yeah.
and he caught him, he would splatter. So Gears is trying to like maneuver the ship to give like a little bit of a similar velocity so that Havoc doesn't just smack into the arm.
I will say yes, you can assist. I believe only one person can assist. Though.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I feel like I was gonna assist
Oh.
using the grappling hook. Gears' thing almost sounds more like a setup.
I will say I'm not super worried about making sure the physics make sense.
Okay, well, Gears is doing that
Okay.
to make them physically.
Sure.
So I can.
That, I appreciate you
But we
bringing
don't
that
need
up.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I am not. I don't care about that at all.
I understand. It's a Nick thing. Just let Nick do his Nick things.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
why. Yeah, you can totally do that. I think it does make more sense for Havoc to be the one assisting.
That's
this role.
fair.
You can
I already
see the
marked his
arms.
best for that. So.
You like see the arms coming out, and you're like fumbling to get your grappling hook out and like throw it.
Yeah.
so
Anything else I
3
can do to modify this roll?
Yeah,
You could push
You
yourself.
can push yourself. You can take a devil's
Hmm.
bargain. You can ask me really nicely.
I think I'm gonna use
Use
my
your birthday
birthday bonus.
You could
on
use your birthday
my
bump,
birthday
yeah.
bump on saving Danny's character.
Do you
That's so
want
nice.
to lower the position or increase the effect?
I mean, position. Let's try to
Okay.
get it. Yeah.
So risky.
A little
position.
safer.
yeah, I get a little
I like it.
safer.
I think then we take in what Gears is doing, or like now that the trajectory is a little bit more in line with his thing,
Yeah.
you're able to line up your catch a little bit easier.
Nice.
Let's do it. So I've got
3
three
dice.
die. All
Three
right.
dice.
Havoc.
Oh no!
Fuck.
Oh no!
Threes across the board, baby.
Oh no! Okay.
Threes.
Oh, we're in trouble.
Oof.
Somebody's getting to harm. I think that someone is Havoc.
I mean,
It's pretty exposed
I
right
mean, it
now.
does say when you assist, you might also suffer consequences from the roll. So
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, my mind immediately goes to not harm, but you
Mhm.
miss, and Havoc just goes hurtling past your guard transport, and I think it's a desperate position because you look up, Havoc, you are starting to hurtle towards a sun.
can I resist? Can I resist that?
Sure.
I use it
I
back?
think-
Yeah.
Hmm.
If Graves wants to, he can also resist that. Not also, but he
Oh,
can
that's
resist that
true.
instead.
That's true.
I think because you're assisting, you can. I'll let you resist.
So
Do you
whoever
want to
wants-
let me try it first, Danny? Or if I do it, does that
I think
preclude
it'll- I think
Danny?
yeah,
from doing
only
it?
just
one
one of them
person, yeah.
resist, yeah.
One person gets to resist.
Would you defer to me as getting priority to resist on this roll if I chose
leave
it?
it up to you. I mean, I can think of an easy way that Havoc could resist, right? Like he just throws it
I'm already
desperately.
thinking of a way I can resist. Yeah.
He like desperately
Okay.
throws his
I'll
grappling
yield to
hook.
you. I'll
So
yield to
if
you.
you can think of something, it doesn't matter to me. I don't really care who resists.
All right, go for it, Danny.
It's
I
time for a big Danny play.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I had in mind. Just trying to chuck my grappling hook.
Yeah, I think it's prowess then.
Perfect, because I have all 4 pips in prowess.
Yeah, I think it's prowess.
Okay. Roll 4 dice. You know, it's not that bad. This goes, hurling into a
To roll.
sun. It's nothing.
I got another stats. I figured out the 4 dice thing. You are 99.97% likely to roll A6 out of
6.
4 dice.
Sure.
Never tell me the odds.
Oh, sorry.
Keep telling us the odds, though. I like that.
Keep telling me the odds.
So I'm in that less than 1%. I rolled a 5 though.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I tried
just
my best.
one stress. It's not bad. One stress, but you do it. You see yourself like hurdle past this grappling arm. So you like toss your grappling hook behind you, and it somehow snags on.
When Graves misses me with the rubber,
This
I'm like,
arm.
no.
Fuck.
And Graves, you can feel some tension now in the arm that this grappling hook is somehow snagged across, and you can reel havoc in now.
Oh my god.
Okay, pulling it real gentle. Havoc, you there?
He grabs hold of me, squeezes me a little too tight, I just pop like a grape.
Did you catch him?
Yeah, I think
You
so.
alive? Oh,
Havoc,
nice.
say something.
He's like, his vision's so blurry from the pure G's of
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Oh god, that was absolutely fantastic, kids. Oh my god. Great plan.
Oh,
Oh
great.
god, we should
I'm
do it
glad-
again.
I'm glad it worked.
You should try it next time. That was insane.
I won't.
All right.
Thank you,
Here
though.
I
Ever so gently trying to get him towards the hangar.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, you pull him in.
God.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. The ship's destroyed, as I said. The leap drive is not nowhere to be found. So, yeah. Scouting mission was a success, if you ask me. My suit's kind of damaged, but you know, nothing you can't fix, right? He's point secures.
Wait for the ship, like the Montressor.
No, my suit.
Oh,
It's like sparking.
Yeah, you can see like the
Oh.
controls are sparking a little bit.
yeah. I can probably take a look at that.
All right.
I'm just a little concerned. I'm a little off. I apologize. I'm just
Hey, you know, completely understandable. Graves, thank you very much.
yeah. Good call on
Yeah.
those ship arms. Those are kind of interesting, right? Like,
It's kind of off-putting. I've never seen a ship with arms before.
yeah.
Bizarre.
There's a face painted on the front of the ship.
Oh my god, that's terrifying.
Hey,
Ship
that's
clean.
nasty.
Hey there!
Also, a quick disclaimer: I did that probability equation wrong. I apologize. It was actually you had like a 51% chance.
I was gonna
makes more
say that 99 seemed way too high.
Yeah, I
Very
did that.
high.
I did the math wrong. That's my bad.
You're good.
Okay.
I would love to know what's the next plan?
We have no plan. I mean, I guess the assumption is that Praxis, if he scuttled the ship, which is what it seemed like,
Yeah.
then he's probably at this planet that's like right here. So
Good guess.
I guess we should probably just try to head down, maybe try to hail him.
Yep. I mean, so like I'll give you a few things, right? Now that like we're here and we've got a moment to think about things, you can start thinking about like, you know, trying to put stuff together. So you're right by the planet Kamari, which I said is like the bureaucratic planet. Think Coruscant. There is a Valthoria Prime. I would think I mentioned is like a very like arts district. Imagine an arts district in a downtown, and then make that a whole plane. Theater, high fluting society, that sort of thing. You would probably, I don't know, Johnny, you say this, like, have you ever mentioned that Praxis was from Valthoria Prime?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so you would know that is where the Thorn family hails from, is Valthoria Prime. You know that you're right next to Kamari. I don't think you'd have any reason right now to think that Praxis would be anywhere near Saloxa, the military planet. But I do think Gears, you would know that if they have taken this hyperdrive, almost certainly they brought it back to Aurea, which is the sort of scientific planet where you know, scientific progress is made. And then the last planet in the system is Elysium. Imagine like half beach resort, half like nature preserve, but like in the middle of those nature preserves, there's a bunch of like sprawling estates of rich people. So it's like a resort planet, basically.
Cool.
I don't think you'd have any reason to, other than just like, oh, it's a fancy planet. Maybe Praxis went to do something fancy.
Yeah. Well, before like Praxis went to one of the vacation moons, which are like the Six Flags to Elysium's Disney World.
I love it. Yeah. There's definitely amusement parks on the moons of Elysium for sure. So
right.
Praxis could be at Kamari. He could be back home in the Thoria Prime. And you imagine if they took your hyperdrive, it's probably on the planet Aria.
Okay, so let's say we're all at like a table, and the meeting table. Gears is just absentmindedly fixing Havoc's suit. All right, so we're near Kamari, which is the heart of sort of the seat of politics at the very least. I don't know why Praxis would have to go there or want to go there. But also he might have had to. But if he had to, just because it was the closest planet when he got picked up, or he got, tried to scuttle the ship, then he's headed somewhere else, and going there would be a waste of time. The other thing is, if he wasn't able to get away and was still captured, he'd almost certainly be on Saloxa. Right? They'd probably hold a prisoner there.
Sure. Yeah. That's actually, I think that's a fair assumption.
Yeah. And just to be clear, I'm not like metagaming. I'm not even going to pick that one. Gears is just laying out the whole situation.
I think that's a fair assumption to make at this moment. Yeah.
The third option is that he was taken with that experimental hyperdrive that I made to Aurea. Now, no matter what, the hyperdrive is probably there. As long as it was the hegemony who took it. I don't know how Praxis would have carried it out of the ship by himself. Yeah. So I would assume it was the hegemony, which means our hyperdrive is probably there. And whoever took it, who might know where Praxis is probably there. And I want my hyperdrive back. So, and there's also a small chance that Praxis was taken there as well to be questioned about the hyperdrive. So, that's what I've got.
The closest place he could have gone to in a pinch, just logistically?
The only place he could have gone to immediately after this happening, like on his own power, is Kamari.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because otherwise it would have been, an escape pod doesn't have faster than light travel, so he couldn't get to another planet in any amount of time. Well, in a reasonable amount of time.
How fresh is the destruction of the Montressor?
Yeah, what kind of like heat signatures?
I was about to say, something like that, isotopes, some sort of way you could probably figure that out. I don't think it's really interesting to make you roll, so I'll just tell you. I'm trying to get the timeline in my own head.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, however long it took them to get off of Mem is probably exactly how far ahead Praxis is. So like,
and I think he said about a week.
Yeah, so there's probably about a week's worth of it's been there for a week.
Yeah, I'd say it's not an exact science, so probably like 6 days, give or take a day on either side, somewhere in there.
It could be anywhere. What are you up to, Praxis?
Oh, I don't care.
I mean, it also comes. Well, it also comes to mind is, does he even want to be found? What?
Why
Oh,
would
he's
we-
gonna be found. We're gonna find him.
Yeah. But now, I mean, yeah, I mean, but now you've mentioned that we're kind of looking for two things now: the Leap Drive and Praxis.
We don't need a drive. We need a Praxis.
And I'd really,
Oh yeah,
I'd
he
really
does.
like it
He
back though.
does. He does. Well, Praxis does have, the remnants of night on him, so that is reason enough.
I mean, who cares about those either? But all right, fine. The most likely place he went to is Kamari. I feel like there's a good chance he almost immediately left Kamari, but wouldn't know where he's headed because I don't know what's going on in his head. So I guess we go down to Kamari and try to see if anybody's heard.
All right.
About Praxis Thorn showing back up.
That sounds like a plan. I punch it.
Punch it!
Initial evidence.
All right, you get down to the planet of Kamari. Yeah, I don't know, Gears, if you've been here, you spent some time in the core worlds, but
Yeah.
I imagine Havoc and Carlton. This is the most insane thing you've probably ever seen on a planet. It's I mean, you've seen Coruscant, right? Like there's no
Yeah.
it's all developed. Like it's just spires of buildings, and you can see like people that are clearly very important, just like walking down the street. They're like going to the next building to like
Yeah.
file some paperwork somewhere, and then they have to go to like the next place to like stand in line to file some more paperwork. There's just like a lot of wheeling. and
Everyone's
dealing
just
and
filing
politics.
paperwork for their
I mean,
entire
I-
lives.
Genuinely, that's like one of the things I put in my description is
Yeah.
like there's so much bureaucratic red tape that like somebody might stand in a line to file paperwork to go somewhere else to be able to even stand in line
Oh
to
my
like
god.
get something that they want.
Yeah, can I throw something into the fiction? A small
Please.
thing. So I think like in the Procyon sector, like Xenos are relatively common. Even like Ramden, who are rare by comparison. I think you can hear my kids yelling to be let in, probably in the background.
That's a little.
But literally screaming, "Daddy, can you open the door?" Anyway, so like in the Procyon sector, Xenos are relatively common, and like looked at with varying degrees of like disgust, but like familiarity. Where here in the core worlds, I feel like Graves is probably looked at like a redhead in China, like just pure curiosity and wonder.
I love that. I love
Oh,
that.
yeah.
Yeah. Graves, you like touch down, and yeah, there's people that like there's like a businessman who was like holding, his briefcase, and he just sees you and drops it, like wide-eyed, staring at you, and like comes up and starts to like, without asking permission, just starts to like try and like touch your horns and your fur.
Hey, sir.
Yeah, Havoc
I-
pulls out of his blaster, just points it at him. As he approaches-
Havoc, chill. I'm sure our friend is just curious, but sir, I apologize. Our furried friend over here is not very big on physical contact. Appreciate if you just took a step back.
Oh,
That's
just curious. Jeez.
I understand it. He's says definitely a fine specimen, and I slap him on the butt.
Me?
Yeah.
Which is like shoulder level for you.
Graves
Yeah,
looks between the
it's
two of you,
barely-
confused by both the stranger and Gears' behavior. Justin, what do I smell on this random guy's person?
Like if he has any metal on him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got some like tech devices that are made of some sort of metal. Sure, yeah.
His cybernetic enhancements.
He's got a
Um,
gold Rolex.
Yeah, I don't know about cybernetic enhancements because I don't want to see Graves like tear this person apart to like eat the metal.
Eat his arm. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I
he's
really like
probably
the
got-
idea of him just having a generic gold Rolex.
Yeah, that or like a personal communicator or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, how does cred work? Does cred even have a metallic component to it, or is it all plastics?
No,
or
cred
is
cred is digital. It's all on a drive.
You can store it on temporary plastic, so you got like a little wallet thing that you can store it
Yeah.
in.
Electric wallets.
Yeah. So like having a metallic valuables, not super common aside from like particular jewelry tastes or anything like
Yeah.
that.
So we'll
Mhm.
say he's got a very fancy looking watch with like a holographic display for the head.
Okay. Yeah, Graves will look down, kind of mirroring his curiosity, and give his watch a good sniff, and then say, "Nice watch."
Thank you. You've got great taste, it seems.
He does
I
indeed.
do. And then I just take it off of his, like I just snap it off of his wrist.
So, and he like
You can touch the other horn. And he turns his head.
Oh. Yeah, all right. This is new for him.
and he very cautiously strokes it, and then quickly picks up his like briefcase and the paper that he dropped, and just runs off without asking
Excellent.
for the watch.
As soon as he scurries off, Graves just looks at the group confused and goes, "These core world people are strange."
Yes, they are. I don't like it here. I don't like them.
Suckers. And he just pockets the watch.
They are easy to fool, though.
Eh, maybe we can use that.
Oh, we will be. And I.
What's the plan, friends?
I'm gonna try.
Praxis, where are you?
No,
Hello?
Hammock, stop. Hammock. So yeah, you guys actually see Gears. First of all, Gears is dressed up in in a school uniform that he still has and still fits him.
Yeah.
And yeah, you should notice that he's got less of his twang when people are around. And yeah, so he just walks up. Let's see, what is a good spot? The school isn't on this planet.
It's on Aurea. There is the most well-known school on Aurea is the Ascended Academy.
Hmm.
And you would know. I mean, so I have one of the like notable contacts on that is Professor Senka Ardell, who has been promoted to the dean of the Ascended Academy. Used to be the head chair of the warp drive department. So that would have been like your advisor, essentially.
Yeah. Right. Right. What do we do? Who's gonna... Do I know of anyone... Okay. Kamari is very like bureaucratic. There's lots of like I don't know, there's a lot of business districts, lots of offices and stuff like that. But when you have business districts like that, you also kind of need like isekais, right? Like
Sure.
you got some drinking bars that
Yeah.
pretty much open up after the office closes.
100%. Yeah.
Can I find one of those?
Sure.
Okay. And I'll take. Oh, sorry.
Is your goal to like try and keep talking. Keep telling.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna get us a table, and then I'm just gonna kind of. So it's like, let's say it's like right before the workday ends, so we're in there like some of the first customers, and I'm gonna be like, all right, guys, just drink, be merry, as people come in, just seem like we're having a great time. Just blend in.
You have to ask me twice.
Where are the fights?
That They don't have those here, Graves. You just got to drink.
Drinking without fighting.
Yeah, people mostly fence with their tongues here, and frankly, they don't do it very well. They're
Sounds
very
disgusting.
unimaginative. It's boring as hell. Anyways, let's order around. Oh, we can also get some. We can get some yakitori as well. And then just like he orders a plate of like grilled chicken on sticks, and as like people come in, when he sees somebody like, I think so. Graves would know about the archives as well, right? He'd have some idea.
You would know about it, yeah.
And they are very knowledgeable about everything that happens everywhere.
Yep, pretty much. That's where all collected information is stored.
So
at least a copy of collected information.
Right. And so he'll wait for like, a few guys from an archive office or something. Okay. Maybe they wear like a certain moniker or something.
Sure.
And then he'll like walk over. He'll order a round for him, and then he'll walk over.
Okay. I need an action.
I want to do sway. Because
okay.
Well,
okay.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I like sway. Okay. Let's play it a little bit then. If you're gonna do sway. Yeah. So they get the drinks, and then you walk over, and they're like, "Did you order this for us?"
Yes, gentlemen. As you can see, approaching my last year, or finishing up my last year in the academy, I was kind of interested in getting in the archives a little bit. I also had some, just some general questions about like what it's like, what you're doing.
Yeah. I guess we got some time. Thanks as you give us the drinks. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I'll sit down next to him. And then like for this portion, I'm just like buttering them up. Like I ask them about their jobs and like, just kind of getting closer to them. I guess, I don't know. If you want to roll for this, it would probably be consort. I
think there's still sway. You're not really like friends and contacts.
Okay.
They still don't trust you in that sort of sense.
And then at some point in the conversation, I kind of want to just be like, yeah, I had this boyfriend. He's kind of a bit of a troublemaker, bit of a problem child. He ran off with some of my valuables. You guys wouldn't have happened to hurt. He's pretty famous. He's just got pardoned for some past crimes. He's kind of a bad boy. His name was Praxis Thorn. You guys hear anything about him? Kind of looking for him.
I'm gonna roll a couple things. I'm gonna have you roll a sway.
Okay.
See if you've convinced them enough to open up. I'm also gonna roll a luck die to see if they actually even know this information or not.
I'm gonna actually just add in one more line.
Sure.
I am very, very hurt by him and what he's done, and I really need to talk to him. So, truly, if any of you know anything about where he is, I know I've already gotten so much from you guys as far as knowledge about this job, but if you know anything or know anyone who could know something, I really appreciate it. Okay. And I'm going to use Mechanic's Heart. When you speak from your heart, your words can reach even the most hardened criminal. You gain potency.
Okay, I dig it. Yeah, I love it. Even though it's a lie.
Well, everything you said in that line was true. It was very true.
You're right. It is true. Yeah. It is still a lie, though. I feel like Gears would actually be more upset. He'd be like, I need to fucking strangle this person. But I think it still meets the requirements for speaking from the heart. So I'll let you have it. Sway, we've already decided the action. Risky, but we'll say standard. Oh, this might even be a gather information. No. Well, it is actually kind of a gather information role in some ways.
I'll leave it up to the GM.
You're still rolling, so yeah, I think this is, I guess, technically a gather information roll, but
Okay.
the effect still stays. So risky standard.
Okay. I will.
Question being, where is Praxis?
Right. That doesn't work any different, right? I roll. So I am. It's just that the success levels are different.
What?
Sorry. For gather information, it works the same as like any other skill roll. I just.
Correct. Yeah, you still roll your dice.
Solution.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's just
resolution, I should say. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. That's 2.
okay. That's not great.
It's bad, actually.
It's very bad, actually. It's very, very
Oh. Actually, I should have been rolling with one less die for a lot of these rolls.
bad. Yes, you should have. Yeah, I don't think you've rolled since you added that harm. So
Yeah,
it
you're
would,
right.
just be, it would just be this one less die here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as bad as it is, I think they who I will give you this. How about this? So we can push the story forward a little bit.
Mhm.
They look at you, and you can tell that one of them knows something. I did roll high enough on the fortune roll that one of them knows what you're talking about.
Okay.
But they say Ixili would fire us if we shared anything. Sorry. Appreciate meeting you. We got to.
Yeah.
And they finish
I
the
understand.
drinks and then they just leave.
Oh,
Like-
all right. I mean, they didn't have to leave. God. And I walk back over to the table. Hey, Graves. You see the Poindexter looking one, the one with the glasses and the abhorrently long chain. I don't know why yours. But anyways, you sniff him out. We gotta squeeze him.
Understood. Yeah, Graves follows him out. I'll tail him a little bit,
Okay. All right.
but I'm just going to keep looking at this stolen watch in my hand as if I'm fascinated by it as
Sure.
I, try to gain on him. But I think it's easy enough with my height to gain on most
Yeah.
people without seeming like I'm pacing hard.
Yeah. I
Gears
do
will
think
say, Havoc, you should accompany Graves. But Gears is gonna stay behind so that they don't immediately realize that
Sure.
he is following.
I think I need an action as you trail this person.
I don't exactly know what the action would be yet.
Well, I mean, I feel like Skulk makes the most sense.
That's where my mind goes.
is he with the group? Is he in his triad still? Is he?
I mean, it totally. He right now. He's
There's
with the
no
group,
element
but
of
he
stealth needed if we just cut to what I'm going to do to him.
might-
Jesus.
you want to just do it out in the open?
I mean, how busy is the area outside of the
Constantly
bar?
busy. Constantly.
It's kind of busy everywhere, so you gotta like.
Never a moment on Kamari where there are not people walking down the street.
Okay.
guys,
Then,
maybe
yeah,
it's- maybe it's best if we
I
get
guess it
him-
depends on what you're envisioning as the aspect of risk. Because if there's tons of stuff going on, then it's even easier for me to do whatever I want until I'm literally right in range
I mean,
without
I do
any
think,
risk of exposure.
I still think there's the chance of you getting spotted. Whether or not
everyone's
you're-
looking at me like I'm a treasure.
Sure, but even then being like that weird alien is following us type thing. Like there must be something, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think I need it. I think I need an action
Okay.
to represent the stalking of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Acquire a large hat so they don't know you're an alien.
Very large hat. Danny, sorry.
I kind of have a plan. It might go wrong as well. I was thinking Havoc could ask Graves to like wait in like an alley or something, and Havoc would have an idea to lead this.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. So if we get whispered instructions from Gears right before we both exit, then fine, I can go take position. You know, that's that. If I wasn't clear enough, Justin, that's the vibe. You know, like for me, my resistance is just like I feel like nothing is actually happening yet. To even conceal. It's like, oh, a guy is following you. Do you notice him or not already? It's like, sure. I mean, it feels inconsequential to me, but maybe you have something else in mind. But yeah, Danny, if you have an actual plan that's materializing, then great.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
do
you
want me to an alley?
Yeah. Do I need to skulk just to even like get to the alley? Or okay,
I will not make you roll. You can do that.
Cool.
And then Havoc will walk. I'm kind of hoping that you said it's very crowded.
Correct.
So Havoc will walk right behind the guy, sort of bump into him, and like basically lift something off of him. Basically lift something off him, but he wants to do it in a way where like he notices.
Yep. It's I gotcha. I need an action for that though, for sure.
What's the description of Skulk?
Skulk is about sneaking.
You don't say.
When you skulk, you move stealthily without being noticed. You might sneak past security or hide in the shadows. You might lift a cred stick off of a mark. So it fits. Okay. There might be other actions because you're trying to get him to notice that you.
It could be like it could be also like a resolve action as well, but
a command. I feel like Skulk, honestly, a command, something like command might be appropriate.
I still.
Yeah, it literally says in command, you may lead an action with NPCs. So command seems like something you could do if you wanted to. But if you tell me skulk, again, you can pick any action.
I think
skulk fits.
I think I am going to do skulk. I'm just like, what if I roll too well? He just doesn't notice.
But I know, but that's why I asked like what the intended effect of it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
that's your goal.
Yeah, I'm not going to be like, haha, got you. Yeah. He doesn't notice. I know you want him to notice. So
I want to see like as I pass him, I'm looking for something that like he'll notice is gone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think then we're probably looking at a risky position.
Okay.
And a limited effect.
All right. Risky limited. I'm gonna. Does this seem important enough to use my birthday bump?
I don't know, man. That's up to you. You're the birthday boy.
This is like a really fun roll, so I'm gonna use my birthday bump.
Okay. You want
to increase the effect?
Effect. Okay. So standard, risky standard.
I'd like to lodge an official complaint that my birthday is during the summer when we take breaks, and so I will never get a birthday.
Johnny, no! I have heard your complaint. HR has heard your complaint, and we'll update and some remediation will be granted to you in some way at some point.
Wow, what a promise. Something will happen at some point.
I have to be HR. I gotta do the HR thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We take this concern extremely seriously.
So seriously.
We're working on it.
Something will change at some point in the near future.
It's so good.
I think I do. Okay, I think I do gotta trade down a desperate for great effect.
Desperate great effect. Okay.
Because that also gives me another die with Daredevil.
Yeah. It's a gamble for sure.
It's a gamble. I'm not gonna push myself. That seems like too much. I mean, you're a devil's bargain. Come on. Come on.
Devil's bargain. Devil's bargain is that you won't get this person alone.
I'm not gonna take it.
His friends
I'm
will
not
come with him.
taking it. I want him to be alone.
Okay.
So I'm not gonna take it. I'm just gonna roll 3 dice. Let's
Go.
Go.
It's a fucking crit, baby.
Whoa.
2 sixes and a 1.
So even greater than great effect.
Critical.
You bump into this person, and yeah, it's got to be like something subtle, but also something that he would notice is immediately taken.
His butt plug.
That just came out, Jamie. I thought it was it's okay. There was no thought of that joke at all. It was just the first thing that came to your mind.
That was
Oh my god. It's definitely not
Could you
that.
imagine though?
It's not that. Those would fit the requirements, though. Something subtle, but that he would notice immediately.
Something
But,
only he would notice.
Yeah. No, I don't think it's that. I think this person probably has like a watch or something as well too. And so like you bump into him and he's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And you walk off a little bit. And he's like, "Can you believe that guy is gesturing to his friends?" And he looks and he's like, "Took my watch. I'll be right back." And he runs after you and leaves his friends there. But you lead him into an alleyway and he like corners you and he's like, "Hey, give me my watch back. I'm gonna turn you in. Do you know what they do to people here?"
Havoc will sort of
Is
back
it worse
up.
than this?
Oh. That's
And he turns around and you're just standing behind him.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to step on what you were about to say, Danny.
No.
Did you want
No,
to?
I was just gonna say he will, like, I don't know where you are, so he's just gonna back up.
I think it's
until,
perfect. I think it's a
yeah.
perfect entrance for him.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just pick him up and just start squeezing his rib cage. Because
Oh,
Gears
man.
did say to squeeze him.
That's not what I meant.
Not literally.
All right, give me an action.
I mean, yeah, it's gonna be scrap, but
Sure.
um,
There's a few things. Command would work here as well too.
yeah, I mean, so Gears or Nick,
I guess I want to know your effect. Your effect right now is to hurt him, or is your effect to get information from him?
exactly. Yeah. I don't want to just kill him, so I'd love to get some info.
Okay.
But I'm gonna have to leave it to Havoc to really ask any specific questions.
Okay, so this is just an intimidation tactic to let Havoc get the information from him.
It is. Yep.
Perfect. Okay. Do you still want to go with Scrap?
Yeah, I mean, my main goal is just to apply the right amount of pressure. So that feels
Sure.
like a scrap or a scramble. So,
Sure.
and I got the same pips in each. So yeah,
Havoc will say on the communicators, Gears, we got him.
Ask him where Praxis is. I think he knows something. Cut to
I
Gears.
I
He's
hear
just
that
drinking
too,
a
huh?
beer and having a stick of chicken.
I
I
love
think-
that yakitori break.
Praise your Scrap is risky and we'll say standard. He will be
Okay.
intimidated.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm happy with that. I'll just roll my 3, honestly.
Okay.
Actually, give me a devil's bargain, Justin. What if I pop the grape? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, the devil's
my
bargain.
God.
The devil's bargain is that what you didn't know is that many nobles have like an automatic, like cybernetic defense system that lets out like an electric pulse that will go off. And it does 2 things. It alerts the authorities and it temporarily incapacitates the attackers.
Ooh.
Ah.
Man, what is the crime rating in Kamari? It is 1 out of 3, and this is why. Okay. They've got
feel like-
fancy pantsy little systems.
I feel like if it incapacitates us, that would be kind of.
It won't be like, I don't mean incapacitate in the sense of like you won't be able
Immediately
to
take
do
you out of the
anything.
scene.
It'll be like
Yeah.
it'll be harder for you to do things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I wonder if their tasers are really scaled for Ramdin. But anyway, I'm
yeah,
just
yeah,
yeah.
that's essentially what it is. Yeah.
I'll keep my 3 dice. I won't go to 4 for that. Thank you though. It's very colorful. Yep, there's my 6. All right. Get squeezed, boy.
I will let you add a gambit to your crew because you did not spend a gambit on this.
Yay.
Ooh.
Childish gambit.
You start squeezing. He's like, "What do you want to know? What do you want to know?"
Where is
And yeah.
Praxis Thorn?
Oh yeah, there you go.
And
I heard it in the comms from Gears that apparently this guy might know. So now I'm invested because before I couldn't hear what Gears was saying to all of them. I think, but
I
Yeah.
think as Graves squeezes, the last thing we would hear in this episode is him going, "What do you want to know?" And you just saying, "Where is Praxis Thor?" And we'll have to pick up the episode next episode. I wanted to try and cut back to Praxis, but we didn't have time.
sorry, Johnny boy.
We'll get them together next episode. I'm sorry, Johnny. Maybe we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm not so sure now.
This is going to be so interesting because I, as the GM, am trying very hard to get you back as a crew together, but the story does not want that to happen at all.
Hey, yeah. We're trying to
Yeah.
figure it out, y'all.
It's going to be very interesting. We still don't even have a job because
Mm-hmm.
it hasn't come up yet. But I think
Yeah.
one's probably going to come up next episode for sure. I think
All
there'll be an
righty.
update there for sure. So we will see you next week. Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
And I
For those
popped
on-
him like a grape.
For those on Twitch, we'll be back in 13 minutes. Wow. 30 after the hour.
Wow.
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 See you in a little bit, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
Wow.
Wow. We'll be right back.
Oh, hello, friends.
Hello.
Happy episode 35.
Oh, hello.
Felicidades.
35.
Other words.
Other words in Spanish, I suppose.
Other words in Spanish. Johnny, you consider yourself bilingual, yes? You like food?
No, I wouldn't. I don't really say that publicly, but yeah.
Okay.
If you force him, Justin, if you're going to force him like that.
Well, I was going to ask if anyone else is bilingual. I don't think anyone. I think actually probably all four of you are like semi-bilingual in another language. I'm probably the least bilingual.
Justin, you aren't fluent in Japanese?
I'm not. I
Come
barely know
on.
anything. I really know anything.
At this point, I can promise you that Steve speaks Spanish more often and probably more comfortably than I do, even though I understand it.
Sure.
Also, fun fact: the language that I have the most mastery over, other than English, is Spanish. Which is not any amount of mastery. Just to be clear, I can like survive speaking Spanish.
That's awesome.
Deanie, how like on a scale of 1 to 10, how much what I do you know?
Scale of 1 to 10. Shoot, I don't know, because it's weird. Like I couldn't tell you if someone's like talking, like saying something. I couldn't tell you the exact words of what they're saying, but I could say like, I could explain to you like what they're trying, what they're getting across.
Yeah.
Like, oh
Sure.
yeah, like they're talking shit about me, right? Like,
Sure.
That's
like,
key.
So I'd say exactly.
Is most of the what I you hear somebody talking shit about you?
No, you're right. Or yeah, no, or talking about where we're gonna go to eat next. You know,
Very
I love that.
important,
I
though.
love it. I love
It
it.
is.
Very
Those are
important.
the two important things. That's that's what linguists say. The two things you have to learn is food and how to talk shit about dating.
Exactly.
I mean, really, and also, like, the most important sentence in any language is, "Can I pee in this?"
Can I be in this?
Yes.
Talking about dating?
Oh my. Welcome to Scum and Villainy.
Yes.
And it
Yes.
doesn't get more scummy or villainy than this.
Yeah.
Villainous. Than that.
I am the scummiest and the villainiest of us all.
Villainiest.
The villainiest.
There's English mastery for you.
Yeah, I'm barely a master of English. That's why I asked. I can't even really speak English.
This
just
language
kind of-
sucks.
I've heard words being said, and I just like repeat them, and somehow they make coherent. Some like
I'm not
Jack of
convinced
one
on how to
trade,
read.
master of none.
There you go.
something like that. Yeah, something like that. Wonderful. Well, episode 35. We went to the core worlds last episode. Tried everything we could to get everybody back together, but it did not.
See, I'm so curious to hear in hindsight, like, what are all the things that, like, me, Danny, and Nick were just, like, not doing that could have gotten us together sooner? You know,
Well,
like, were there
I mean,
breadcrumbs and we were like, screw those breadcrumbs?
there weren't. And, like, I think we're very intentional. Like, I didn't want to, like, I obviously want you guys to be together because it makes it easier for all of us to, like, play together. But, like, I'm not gonna force it if the story's not there. So, like, I did, take a moment to be like, here's the planets where you might think he'd be. You don't have any other clues other than that, so you kind of have to make a decision. I do think, I mean, it obviously makes sense that you would go after the Montressor first, hoping that Praxis would be there. But that obviously took up that, and that whole process ended up taking a lot longer than anything else. So that, I think that was
just because freaking Havoc had to go surfing. Come on, guys.
Whoa.
But like some of that is going to take time, because like I knew in my head, if they went for the Montressor, that the hegemony was going to be surrounding it, which, and I didn't think I said this in the episode, but like the reason they were guarding it is because they knew that it was your ship, and they knew that you would probably be coming after it.
That is so cool to know in hindsight.
So they were there intentionally to try and capture you, but you guys did a good job sneaking past them. But there is very much a world in which you didn't sneak past them, and Havoc might have gotten captured, or any number of things. So we'll see this episode. We'll see if we can get you guys together this episode. But yeah, you went to the planet, and Johnny's shaking his head. Nope.
Does Praxis get more scenes to that effect, or do we just have to find our way to Praxis?
I think we will. We're gonna pick up with Praxis.
We'll see if Praxis gets more scenes.
We'll pick it up.
I want to give Praxis some scenes. We just have to figure out. We'll figure it out.
It's just like a montage of him dancing while he waits for us to find him.
I think so. Yeah, you found the Montressor. You found the Montressor completely blown up. Except that you couldn't find any evidence that the experimental hyperdrive was blown up. So you imagine that it was captured and sent to the planet Aria, which is sort of the scientific planet, which is also the planet where Gears went to study to be in the Starsmiths Guild, before he stole the hyperdrive and left.
The hyperdrive is probably not in perfect condition, even though it wasn't in pieces on the ship, because
correct
it would have been removed after the explosions.
Correct. Yes, I didn't want to completely explode the hyperdrive, because I think it's a cool piece of plot, and I wanted to keep it around. But I also, it's probably damaged. Obviously, we don't know the state of it, but there's no way it's completely intact. It's got to be. It's probably gonna need to be fixed before it'll be able to be used again. But you went to the planet Kamari, which is sort of like the bureaucratic Coruscant-esque planet. And you're in the process of squeezing some information out of somebody who works for Exili, the head archivist, who Praxis had a conversation with. You're hoping that you are able to get some information out of this person. You're not going to open it there, though. Actually... Yeah, let's not open it there. Let's open it with Praxis. Praxis, you've gotten on your ship, heading to the planet Saloxa. You've been tasked with. There is a.
I'm not heading to Saloxa yet.
You're heading to. Yes, apologies. You are heading to
Valthoria Prime.
Yes, Valthoria Prime, which is your home world, the planet you grew up on. I think I said last episode, take an art district downtown and just expand it over an entire planet. That's Valthoria Prime. You get there. What are you doing? You mentioned to me that you wanted to do some like downtime actions, and I think that's appropriate because you didn't get to do them last time, so I think you could if you wanted to.
Yeah, so there's a couple things I want to do with Praxis here. I want to find the Ashtari cult on world if I can.
Yeah, that's right.
But in the intervening time, because I'm assuming it takes a little bit of time to get here,
Sure.
on the ship, I want to just engage with one of my downtime activities. I've been thinking a lot about how when we were on Mem trying to help Thetis,
Mhm.
he was basically in like a pocket dimension that he'd
Mhm.
created with the way. And while I know it wasn't necessarily intentional, I want to see if I can create something similar.
Sure. So, I think you still can. I would like to clarify a little bit about what was happening. It was that a new way line had opened,
Hmm.
and Thetis was exploring that way line.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily a pocket dimension, but I think it's a fun idea, so I'm not going to stop you.
Okay.
That isn't 100% what was happening.
I think it's even more
on
fun
Mem.
that Praxis does not understand that.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not going to stop you. I think that's really cool. How do you do this? Are you studying the tenets of night to see if there's anything in there? Are you just like trying to open a pocket dimension with the way?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Okay.
I think that like it's this scene of Praxis with the tenets of night like open in his lap and like kind of like reading a little bit about like basically trying to like modify like a passage that he's reading about like way travel and like people in the
Mhm.
past who have like traveled through the way from one place to another,
Mhm.
and basically
Mhm.
trying to create this pocket in the way where he can put things or himself or whatever it is, but not travel out the other side.
Yeah. What are you thinking for a downtime action? This sounds like a long-term project to me.
I actually am going a different direction because it doesn't really matter to me, Johnny,
Okay.
if he's successful in this. I
Sure.
am just trying to do some way experimentation to indulge
As like
my
a way
vice.
of training. Oh, to indulge your vice. Okay. Is that one of your new vices?
That is my only new vice is way experimentation.
You switched it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I switched it because of my traumas.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Yeah. Why don't you indulge your vice, and then I'll give you a little bit of plot something. And let's see what you do
Okay.
with that.
All right, give me 1 second here. Just got to pull up my cheat sheet because it's been so long since we've played. I forgot how to.
You're gonna roll with the least amount of attributes you have. So you
Okay.
only have 1 pip in insight.
In insight, yeah.
So it's just 1 dice.
All right, hang on. Let me do one of my lucky dice instead because I need a lot of clearing here. Okay, 5.
So clear 5 stress. Not bad. Not bad. What I will tell you is that you don't do a lot of actually like trying to practice this.
Mm-hmm.
But you do start to read some passages in the Tenet of Night that talk about people attempting to open a way line anchored in themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And you think you might be able to use that to accomplish what you're doing here
Cool.
or trying to do.
Cool. Yeah, so I do that. I make my way to Valthoria Prime, and I'm having a little bit of an internal debate on whether Praxis would try to go home or just look for the
Sure.
Ashtari cult.
Sure.
I think for now he's not going to go home.
Okay.
When he goes home, he wants to come home in glory,
I
and he
understand.
hasn't attained glory yet.
I understand. I think you should also send me your parents' names. And I know
Okay.
you're like, do you have a bunch of siblings too?
Yeah,
Right?
all
So,
of them
like-
should be named in my backstory document that I sent
Okay. All right.
a year ago.
Okay.
I'll double check.
In fairness to your character, Johnny, that's why I don't go home.
Because you're not gonna in glory.
I'm waiting until I can return in glory.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Suckers, in your face.
I think then now that you're here on Valthori Prime, probably another action to see if you can find the Ashtari cult or any sort of like weird way energies.
Yeah, I'm gonna try attune again.
Yeah, let's see Valthori Prime. Let's say
yeah.
it's controlled and standard.
Okay.
Controlled standard.
5.
Okay.
Not rolling great, but I'm not rolling bad. So
Yeah, I mean, hey, you still do it. You hesitate, withdraw, and try a different approach, or else do it with a minor consequence. Yeah, I think you, as you start to reach out with the way, as you start to reach out with the way, you start to like push into almost like psychic feedback. And you can push through it and sort of figure out where the source of this is, but you're going to take the level 1 harm psychic feedback, or you could pull back and try a different approach.
I don't have any harm right now, so I'll take that.
Okay, so take the level 1 harm psychic feedback. It sort of just like overwhelms your senses and your mind for a moment, and then you push through. And you can pick up that there is a it's all centered around a single sort of estate that you would probably know. Let's generate a name. House Eagly. I like that. House Eagly.
Okay.
It is centered around their house, and yeah, that's where like most of the psychic way resonance is coming from, is their house.
Okay. Yeah, I make my way there then. And I'm not making I'm not trying to move under like cover or anything like that. I'm just
Sure.
like just going.
You're just there. Yeah, you get there. There's currently like a party happening.
Perfect. My kind of scene. Yeah, I wander right in. I mean, like I'm assuming there's probably some sort of a bouncers or something like that.
For sure, yeah. But you know, you're House Thorn. You
Yeah.
got the credentials. You have no problem getting into this party. This is the fanciest party you've been to since you left as well, too. Like you've been to a couple balls and galas, I think, even in our story, but like none of them compare to the glitz and glamour of a party thrown on Valthoria Prime.
Okay.
It's just like the most expensive food. There's like beautiful like fountains shooting like water that's like colored everywhere, and ice sculptures, and it's just it is the height of luxury at this party.
Amazing.
And if you continue to like pick up on the way, it's actually below in the servants' quarters that you're picking up this resonance.
Yeah, I mean I think it's pretty easy. I know these parties and no one's really paying attention to like the servants' entrances, but a lot of these houses were built around the same time by the same people, and so I know how to find my way down there, and so I just make my way down there.
When you do, you turn down all the like hallways and whatnot, and eventually you start hearing what sounds like maybe chanting down the hallway. And when you come across it, you see there are people in Ashtari cult robes. Not a ton, maybe like 6 or so, 5 or 6. And they're just sort of in a circle chanting. And when they see you, they stop. Their hoods come down and they stare at you. They're like, "What are you doing down here?"
I want to do one thing before I
Sure.
have come around like the corner.
Yeah.
Is I put on every piece of the raiment that I have.
Oh, I love it. You come around the corner and you just see 5 people in robes. They turn. They stop chanting. They turn. They lower their hoods. And they're like, "Oh no, you're not supposed to be down here. What? How did you find us?"
It was easy enough. I felt my way here with a way. You're members of the Ashtari cult, are you not?
There's like a man that sort of like walks forward. Let's see, have we used all the notable NPCs with the Ashtari cult? No, we haven't. It is a man that comes forward, lowers his hood, and you actually recognize this person because they are also a noble as well. This is Early Fiend, so he's from House Fiend, and he knows you as well too, and goes, "You are the Thorns child, yes? When did you join the cult?
I
What are you
haven't.
wearing?"
Allow me to take your questions one at a time, friend.
I apologize
I am,
for being cautious, but
of course,
please.
I'm Praxis Thorn, fourth son of House Thorn. And I will reach out using the wreath to like make some of the shadows behind him corporeal and just like rest them on his shoulder. And there's nowhere left in the known galaxy that is beyond my reach. I am not a member of your cult, but I'm a friend. And you'll find that I am one you want to be friendly with.
He stares at you for a bit, and he's calculating in his head, and he goes, "Those are some of the raiment of night. Most of the raiment of night, if I am not mistaken. How did
Only
someone
two
of you
pieces sit beyond
come-
my grasp.
Why are you here?"
I need your assistance. I have several opportunities to put the raiment together and open the locked gate. Could benefit us all, I think you'll agree. But there's information that I need, and in order to get that information, I must get more information. I have a job that I'm pursuing to undertake. I need to put together a crew. People I know I can trust. People who understand the importance of the raiment.
I understand. It might take a bit for us to gather the crew.
Time is a luxury we do not have. If you do not have the crew available now, I will look elsewhere.
No, we'll find some people. All for the glory of the Earth.
Yes, all for the glory.
We will contact you.
Good.
And it goes without saying that the reason we are meeting here now is because they were distracted upstairs. We'd appreciate it, obviously, if you kept your silence.
I hid from the hegemony for 8 years. Silence is something I know how to keep. You needn't worry about me.
Well, we'll be in contact then.
I await your word. As I leave, I want to also, by the way, I don't know if it was clear, and I don't remember if I need to roll, but I wanted to use that basically as like an acquire assets.
You did not roll, but we can totally do that.
Yeah.
What are you trying to acquire? A crew?
Yeah, basically, yeah. A contractor, a gang.
Okay. Hear me out. This is kind of a wild idea.
I'd be in need of a crew.
Hear me out. We could totally do that. We could also see what happens with the rest of the crew. And if you guys don't meet,
if
the
he's
next episode, the three of you could create that crew.
Well, here's
you know what I mean?
I'm gonna send you a text, Justin, because I think I see what I smell what you're stepping in. And I think you're missing something. So I'm just gonna.
Okay. Please, please let me know.
Yeah.
Just a little note of added context. I
'Cause
intend to murder all of my friends.
I'm smelling the job, and if it's a job, I want all of you to be a part of the job, and it feels like there's an easy way to do that.
I'm congested. I don't smell shit.
Wonderful. Well, while I'm waiting for that text, I think maybe we'll go back.
To outer
To
space.
that alley.
And
Well, no,
then I
it's
squeezed.
probably back to the Isekai, right? At this point, maybe just on the ship.
Let's say back to that
Or no, wait, no,
alley.
we don't have the answer. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Just cuts to us like arriving right behind Praxis in our ship. It's like, where's that guy you almost squeezed? And he's like still tied up behind us somewhere in the ship. Alternate universe fiction.
No, I think it's in the alley as we come back to you saying, "Tell us where Praxis Thorn is," and I think we just need a roll immediately to squeeze this information out of him.
Did I not roll yet? No, that's right. You paused me,
It's
right?
more like a setup.
We had you sort of like intimidate him, but I do think there's still like, so that's obviously going to play into the position, but he still has to like give you the information. You know what I mean? Like he could still.
You
resist
rolled a
giving the
scrap to
information.
squeeze him, but you haven't rolled to ask him for the information yet.
Okay. I mean, I still would think of that as one and the same action
That's
aimed
the
at an
same
obvious
thing.
goal. Like I squeezed him and asked him a question. He's going to answer the question, or he will probably be very hurt. Like that's the way that Graves would extract
Sure.
information. So there's
Sure,
no
sure,
separate
sure.
action from
Squeezing
me.
him,
For him. Sure, it makes sense. It makes sense. Okay. I don't remember what you rolled.
I rolled a 6.
You rolled a
You rolled a
6.
six.
Okay. Yeah, he will. You say that, and he goes, "Fine. Let me go. I'll tell you everything you need to know. Yes, I know him. He came to my boss. Just let me go."
I will put him down, but I will not release my grip.
Okay, that makes sense.
Keep talking.
Someone came a few days ago, spoke to Ixili, wanted information. I don't know. But Ixili sent him on a mission and said that if he came back with the information, he would get what he wanted. So she sent him to Soloxa, the military planet.
And
I don't know. He hasn't returned. So he's either dead or he hasn't even arrived.
how do you know all this about him?
I was my single meeting with Ixili. It was the one time I got. She told us I had to write down the ledgers.
Poor guy doesn't even know he's about to get fired.
Your one meeting with an information broker was about Praxis Thorn?
No, I work for her. It was my one meeting with her as my boss.
I do not understand your people's ways.
You have multiple meetings with your bosses where you come from?
Yes, it's standard with W-2 or 1099.
It doesn't make any sense. How do you keep information secret, secure?
Graves does our taxes.
Graves' HR.
Over the communicator, Havoc will like, Giz, sounds like that Praxis is on Selexia.
I should have guessed that one.
Siloxa?
Siloxa.
So
I'm almost done finishing your guys' drinks, so wrap it up over there. I'll meet you at the ship.
All right, sounds good.
Gears, is there anything else we should ask?
What? Why is he going to Selexia?
Very well.
What for?
What was he sent to do?
I told you. There's a research project that Elixir doesn't know about. That's all I know. It's really, I promise. That's all I know.
Thank you.
Elixir probably told someone else something more, but that's all she told me.
Very well. Yeah, for real. Yeah, Justin, I snap his neck.
Okay.
There we go. Good. Very good. I was gonna say we should definitely make sure he doesn't run to his friends and
Yeah.
Okay. I will consider that killing a hegemonic citizen. So that
Oh yeah, totally.
bring you heat at the end of your next
No,
job.
Justin, I actually wonder if you could consider him a non-hegemonic citizen.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that's.
I took his
we'll have to
actually
figure
I
out-
searched his wallet and I ripped up his identification card, so he is no longer a citizen.
We'll have to figure out heat too, because
Revoked.
you guys aren't in the Procyon sector.
Ooh.
Oh, new heat,
So
new sector.
yeah,
new heat.
I have some ideas.
Maybe instead of heat, we just have a clock going.
Well, I think it's because the problem is I don't know how long you guys are going to be here for, right?
Mhm.
Like,
Sure.
is it going to be one job? Are we going to end up doing 2 or 3 jobs here? If it's going to be 2 or 3, I might create a heat clock for the core worlds. I think in either case, though, some of that heat is going to follow you back to the Procyon sector.
Yeah.
Because you're doing crimes literally in the center of the hegemonic empire. So I think regardless of how it works, heat will follow you. Maybe not all of it, but probably quite a bit of it.
I think
Shit's
you've got some
hot.
liberty. We're in a fun zone. Yeah.
And then Gears cuts in over the communicator. Hey, you guys don't really have to kill him. I mean, he was a pretty nice dude, and also he's probably gonna get fired after all this anyway. So
Yeah, honestly, I think it's best that we did. Javi
Oh.
says did because they did.
you already did, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And Greg, I just want to note that I'm leaning into my vicious trauma here, but also, Justin, is there anything useful on his person?
Oh,
You gotta loot a dead body. You know what I mean? You just gotta.
sure. I mean, I don't think
access
there's
to
like.
a club. I don't know.
I mean,
It's okay if not.
yeah, you don't find really anything consequential on his body. You find some like lowercase creds, but like not enough to give you any uppercase cred.
Fine by me.
Yep.
Can I like throw him into a, like I'm not sure how this place is built. Like, are there like serious like crevices or gaps anywhere?
I'm sure you can find something in an alleyway. Yeah.
Yeah, try to
Some
find a
maybe.
chute or something. I can throw him into like a garbage
Sure.
chute or whatever that runs
Sure,
down
yeah.
a few levels.
Yeah, you do that.
Very good.
Then we get on
Get
the
on.
ship.
Get on back to the ship. Wonderful.
And
And
When
this
you get
blocks
back to the ship, you find that the like indicator light letting you know that like a message has arrived. Has arrived.
Was it? Who's it from?
It is from an anonymous contact, but the message just says, "Crew of the Montressor, job opportunity."
That seems very direct.
They've
Yeah, I was
got
gonna
our
say,
new address.
I think, yeah, I was gonna say, sounds like
Well,
like a
this
trap
is on
privacy
this is
one.
on our private contact line. I mean, doesn't have to be unique to the ship.
I
It's
think
like
all the
logging
contacts
into
that we
your
have.
email.
Yeah, I think all the contacts we have now don't have a reason to be anonymous. So that's immediately brings up some red flags for me. But
Well, I mean, if someone can contact us, it's very possible that they. Well, there's like two shots. It's either Aaron is about to mess us up, or so it's someone related to Praxis or connected to him in some way. Or it could be some third option I cannot foresee, which is not very helpful.
One way to find out.
yeah,
We go. Is it on? Like, is it calling for us to meet on this planet?
No. If you open up the message, it says that it is someone from the Ashtari cult named Early Fiend. He is trying to put a crew together for a job for the Ashtari cult, and found your contact information through various criminal underworld contacts. And says to meet him on Valthoria Prime if you're interested in a job.
Ashtar cult isn't. We're kind of friends with them.
yeah.
We can at least see what they've got going on. Maybe we can ask them if they've had contact with Praxis. I don't know that we'll take the job unless it's something we can do on the way.
Yeah. Is Valthoria Prime like on the way to Saloxa?
No.
No. Well, it doesn't really matter. We're just in one system. It's not like it takes any amount of time.
Yeah. So what are you thinking? We should investigate this job offer first?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Alright. I punched it.
You punch it. You get to Valthoria Prime. You go to the coordinates that you're supposed to. It is a massive estate. It is a huge house. There are like servants. They know to expect you. They're like, "Yeah, yes, please, right this way," and they lead you into one of those big receiving chambers. Not a receiving chamber. It's probably like a private office. And sitting at the desk is a man. And he stands up and he goes, "Yes, hello. I'm Early Fiend. Apologies for the illusions of nobility. I am from House Fiend as well, but I consider my allegiance to the Ashtari cults first and foremost. Please, sit. Can I get you anything?"
Yeah, I'll take a bourbon on the rocks.
Metal.
Okay, bourbon on the rocks. Just regular rocks. For you?
I'm good. What's this about? What have you called us here for?
Find myself doing something that I don't often do, which is reach out to find people to participate in a job. We've had someone come to us. I don't want to reveal too much, but I do want to make it tantalizing for you. Part of House Thorn. He came to us.
As in Praxis Thorn?
Are you already familiar?
Well, this
Hey,
makes
he's
things
an
very easy,
associate
doesn't
of
it?
ours. He's technically part of our crew. But the jury's out on that one.
Interesting. Well, then I imagine you'll want this. He specifically came to me and asked for help finding a crew, and it seems as though I've stumbled upon his crew. He needed help with something.
Ah, well.
Still here.
Well, no. I mean, we'll take the job. Well, don't tell him it's us though. It'll be a nice little surprise. We haven't seen each other in a little while.
Sure. Yeah, fine. Yes, of course. I will set up the meeting.
Thank you.
Wonderful. I assume he can fill you in on any of the details. And,
Sure, he can.
Well, we appreciate your help.
We appreciate yours.
Wonderful. I will send him the details. Here's where you will meet him, and he sends you it's like a park here on Valthoria Prime.
Once we get alone, Havoc will to Gears and Graves like, yeah, I mean, I don't know much about how the way works and how the raiments work, but I can't help but think this might be a Praxis is doing. I mean, what are the odds that we get contacted for a job while we're looking for him, and it just happens to be
Why
a job
wouldn't he
that
have just contacted us? I mean, that guy just said that he found us through our normal, communication lines. Like,
True. I guess I don't know. I like to stay cautious.
we'll see.
All right.
So Praxis, you're given, you get a message from Early Fiend telling you where to meet. Who gets there first? I imagine it might be Praxis.
I think probably Praxis.
Yeah.
Praxis. Yeah.
I think that makes sense.
So, Praxis, you were sitting at this park. I'm picturing raised stairs almost, and at the base is like a fountain, and
Mhm.
you're sitting on these stairs, and from a distance you see 3 people coming. One is clearly a Ramden, and as they get closer, it becomes very clear that you see Havoc and Gears and Graves, and now the 3 of you also see Praxis sitting, waiting for his crew.
So, what's the job, boss?
You made it off of Mem.
No thanks
Proud
to
of the
you.
lot of you. No, none of that, Gears.
None of that.
So sour. You're alive. We have a job. I didn't know I'd be seeing you again so soon. It's exciting, though. Do you want to take a job?
You could
with me?
have tried to see us again soon.
Graves, things were at play that required urgency.
And do they require you to seek a different crew?
Well, I didn't know that you were available.
We almost weren't.
But you are. And so why don't we look at the bright side of this, the silver lining? We move forward. And
I would like to ask whether, and maybe perhaps you would be the best to speak to this, Johnny, but maybe Justin as well. Does this seem out of character or odd enough to prompt real concern, a heightened sense of vigilance? Is there anything about your demeanor, anything?
I think that this is probably out of line with who you all think of when you think of Praxis.
Mm-hmm.
But not if you were to think back to the last several months as he's taken on various traumas, it is not out of line with who he has been more recently.
I think Graves is just kind of for a moment looking left and right to see if there's anybody that you're performing for. Are we your only audience at this moment?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if, as far as I know, You're
Yeah.
the only people.
Yeah.
Mhm. Graves
I think-
moves forward towards you, Praxis, to just get a closer look at you. Are you wearing all the aspects of the raiment?
Yeah.
Okay. Man. He's just he gets not completely in your face, but close enough that it feels like a focused moment where he's just studying you
Oh my god, they're
and
gonna
looking
kiss.
particularly at your eyes. No,
Yeah, I
I'm not
think-
intending that, though
they
it may
doing
happen,
cheers?
Danny.
I think with the raiment, let me know if you want to change any of this, Justin. It could we have not discussed this, but as he's wearing, most of the raiment of night, Praxis's eyes were like a very light, golden brown color, and they have taken on a deep that kind of on the edge of violet, but almost pitch black. It
Violet,
seems
you're turning violet.
it's clear to you, probably especially with your Xeno vision, that his it's not that his pupils are dilated, his irises have changed.
No, I love it.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, taking this in, Graves looks at you, Praxis, and says, I see that you are different now, friend. What do you see?
I am becoming everything I was ever meant to be, my friend. More of Praxis falls away every day, and I become more of something better.
And so, what are we to you?
You are as you have ever been.
Can I know what happened to my ship, please?
I scuttled it.
Right. Why did you feel the need to come to the core worlds by yourself? Put yourself into a situation where you're almost certainly going to have to scuttle my ship and then scuttle it?
Well, if I'm being completely honest with you, I did not really think about the fact that I might need to scuttle it when I took it. That was not something I anticipated at all. I came to the core worlds alone because I thought it would be safer for all of us if I came without you. My intention was not to stay away.
Not for the Montressor.
But
I don't understand why you couldn't tell us.
there is glory to be had, my friends. But first we must destroy the villain Vorex. So open the gate. Our names will go in the ledgers of history.
I'm not interested in glory.
So that's why you haven't found it yet.
Found what?
Because Graves, you are glorious. As are you, Havoc and Gears. Each of you more talented than anyone I've ever met. The universe could be ours, friends. The way is ripe for rule. We just need to take our places.
The way can be ruled?
Of course it can. Everyone thinks that the way's will is immutable. That we must align ourselves with it, but I think I've found a way to force it to bow to me. To us.
And
It is neither here
You
nor
and-
there right now. Right now, there's a job to do. Will you join me?
this job will help you open the Hantu Gate.
Yes. It will give us leverage against Vorex, which will help us get all the pieces of the raiment. We need the rest of it if we're going to open the gate.
This new thing that you are becoming, Is it above making promises?
Promises serve a purpose.
Is it above keeping them?
I would not break a promise that had value. Do you value the promise I made to you?
Yes.
Then it holds value, and I would not break it.
Then I would need one more promise.
Ask it, and we shall see.
That you will not forsake us.
For as long as you do not forsake me, I will not forsake you.
Good enough.
And I'll do you one better. I promise I will not pull a stunt like I did on Mem again.
This, above anything else, seems to relieve Graves. He steps back and softens his shoulders.
Well, I'm glad that you feel better.
Yeah, Havoc has been like on edge, kind of like on edge this entire time. His like hands not necessarily like on his gun, but his hands are on his hips, which in turn means that his hands on one of his blasters. And he just goes, as long as we have a job that'll pay in cred, and that's all I'm worried about.
It's literally not gonna pay credit.
Well, I was offering cred for the crew that I hired. I didn't know it would be the lot of you. I'll still pay. If that's what it takes for you to come with me to Saloxa.
Wouldn't that just be our cred? Like from the ship?
Not necessarily. I mean, some of it I can give back the 3 cred I took off the ship. That's fine. But I have cred that has never belonged to any of you.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that you didn't take the experimental hyperdrive with you.
Had I known that there was one, I may have.
Did I install that when you weren't around?
Gears, I will be honest with you. Sometimes you talk about these mechanical things, and all I hear is a sharp whirring sound. It's just
That's
so
weird.
far beyond me.
Yeah,
I
I'm
can't-
hearing that sound right now. And Gears pulls his revolver out and points it at Praxis's head.
At that, Havoc will just follow suit and do the same and point it at.
Graves will turn around since he's already been closer to Praxis and position himself as best he can between the line of fire. What are you doing?
He betrayed us, Graves.
Graves, it's all right.
He destroyed
And-
my ship.
Praxis disappears for his own reasons.
That's fine.
But he's
if
always
Praxis
been on our
doesn't take
side.
my child, my home, my place. He took it and destroyed it.
Machines can be replaced. Flesh cannot.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure it can. Sure it can.
Graves, I think I'm living proof that might not be true.
I will
Flesh can also be
activate,
replaced.
I guess everything could be replaced.
I want to activate the Cloak of Night and step through Graves so that I'm face to face with Gears.
Okay. I won't make you roll, but I again will just mention this is a public use of an artifact that will have heat consequences
Yeah.
in the future.
Cool.
Yeah, I step through Graves, so I'm even closer to Gears, but I do not make myself corporeal again because I don't trust that he won't pull the trigger.
Fire, yeah.
Gears, I do apologize, as I've already said. But you couldn't kill me. Not now.
I can't. I literally can't. You're still incorporeal. I can see it.
Yes. Right. That's what I'm saying. You can't. So why bother? What would it accomplish? Your petty revenge? As I've already said, there's more at stake here. Killing
got a
me
lot.
won't bring back that junk heap?
Sorry, what was that?
I think I can tell from your eyes that you heard me just fine.
It was his home, Praxis.
It was all of our home.
So why doesn't that mean anything to you?
Because we can find a new home. You all arrived here just fine. What did you come in? Are there
Dusty.
beds upon it? Is there a kitchen? Is there a spot for you to sit and read your manuals? You have a home again.
Ships don't get replaced like that. And he puts he holsters his revolver. And I don't know. We'll do the job. We're still crew. And he'll just walk away to the ship.
Now that is sorted, you'll find that I've transferred the 3 cred that I took off the Montressor back into your account, Gears. You too.
Yeah, Gears actually walks away, like he leaves
Yeah.
this
Okay.
conversation.
He's just gone.
Havoc, Graves, let Gears know. I'm sure he doesn't want to hit from me. He has 3 cred waiting for him. And just for good faith and good measure, I shall transfer the rest of the cred up front. I'll give 2 to each of you, and 2 more for the ship.
All right, I'll take it. Havoc holsters his weapon as well. Just so you know, Praxis, for me, it's less about the ship. It's never a home to me, more just a ship, someone to get me from one place to another. But it's less about that, more about you. I wasn't sure if I could trust you. Now I don't know if I can trust this stranger you're becoming. So just want to make that known. But good to have you back as is. Very powerful, unkillable as it seems. So.
I appreciate your pragmatism, Havoc.
Thank you. Happy to have you. I'm gonna go get myself situated. Check on Gears. Just walks away.
Graves.
Yeah, I mean, I linger for a while, still studying Praxis's incorporeal form.
Once the 2 of them walk away, I become corporeal again.
It will take time, Praxis.
Graves,
But-
I will be honest with you. I think that I have changed beyond what I've admitted to. I see the pain I've caused Havoc and Gears. I even see the pain in your eyes at my leaving. And while I want to be a good crew member to the 3 of you, if I'm honest, well, I'm worried that your petty emotions will get in the way of this job. Should I be concerned?
I am not one for petty emotions, but for loyalty, for friendship, for the very
Yeah.
few who have earned it. Have they earned it, Praxis?
Loyalty, perhaps. Friendship. I don't know that I see the value there anymore. There are more important things than friends, Graves.
Then, if only for business, still do what you can to make it right with Gears.
I do think that it will be an unpleasant proceeding if I don't. So I'll see what I can do. But perhaps you should have a conversation with him as well about being civil and minding the barrel of his gun.
Right. Good to have you back.
It's good to be back. I do presume you do have a new ship. Yes?
Of sorts.
Of
You can't
sorts.
hide in it forever.
Well, let's be off to it.
Okay.
You all get back to Dusty, the House Malcleave guard transport. You all get settled in a little bit. And I think that... What do you think? I mean, the job hasn't even been presented to you. What the overall job is, and then I think we got to hop into the plan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I don't know that we have to have the laid out. For this.
Sure. We don't need to play out.
Just
You
know.
about
Yeah.
it. Sure.
Yeah.
So you are going to Saloxa. You know
We
that
are
there
indeed.
is an experimental weapon research that is happening there that Elixir wants to know about. What's the plan? You gotta pick your approach. This is so, man, I don't like not having my like
Full
GM screen.
PC.
It's very frustrating because I had it set up. I just knew
Yeah.
exactly where to go, and I gotta flip through the freaking book.
Ugh.
There
Love
are 6 plans. You can do assault, deception, infiltration, mystic, social, or transport.
I think
I will-
deception might be good.
While you're figuring this out, I will note as well too that now that you are a Cerberus ship, your crew XP question has changed. It is now execute a successful extraction or capture of a bounty.
Mhm.
So keep
Okay.
that in mind as you.
Successful extraction operation or capture of a bounty.
What are you guys thinking? Praxis says deception.
I feel like deception makes sense. I mean,
It's a military installation, so assault
mean, yeah.
might be foolish.
Yeah,
Yes.
that sounds like it would be.
Yeah.
I will note as well too. All these planets have rules. I've created a rule for this planet, which is that, doing a job on this planet, you treat any action against the hegemony as 1 tier higher than normal.
Hmm.
So I'll just count House Malcleave as like the normal tier, which is 3. So it's basically essentially a tier 4 faction
Yeah.
on Saloxa.
everything's gonna be really difficult.
Yes.
Home team advantage or home court advantage, rather. Oh, man. Yeah, I think that makes sense. And I also think that to whatever extent Praxis, says stuff at the top or whatever, like he's the one seeking a crew. He probably is the one who would be most directive about a plan. So deception's fine by me.
All right. Then I just need the detail I need is the method of deception. And obviously if you want to like gather information beforehand as well too.
Yeah, we should definitely gather information
Yeah.
ahead of time. I mean, we're on a military transport. I'm assuming that there are uniforms on board.
Mhm.
Are there officers' uniforms on board?
That is something I will roll for.
Ooh, like a higher rank.
Mhm.
Hmm.
There is one.
That's
I was
all we
gonna say,
need.
If any, just one, right?
There is one.
Yeah. What kind of like? I don't know how in the weeds we want to get here, but like I'm imagining, what if we were to dress Gears up as a science officer, and say that Praxis and Havoc are personal guards, and that Graves is some sort of like a prisoner or like
Always
something.
gonna be a prisoner,
Sure.
right?
It's always gonna be the Wookiee
I
prisoner.
mean, or we could say like if we have the stuff on board to make Graves physically look like one of the experiments we ran into in the Procyon sector, that Graves is a successful experiment and a bodyguard as well. That gives
Ooh,
him
I've
freedom
never
of
been able to
movement.
play a successful experiment. That would interest Graves.
Oh.
Anything but more shackles, man.
I think making Gears a science officer, because he's the only other person besides Praxis who knows as much about hegemonic hierarchy, but is the only one on the ship who could speak intelligently if we need to pretend he has a specific expertise.
To the mechanical bit, yeah.
No offense, Havoc.
So,
I'm not taking.
so the deception is you are a crew of just regular like hegemonic
We are
part of the
military.
military.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the interesting thing is House Malcleath would be. I guess you could pretend that you're part of House Malcleath.
House
They don't
Malcleath is
matter
overall
as
like
much.
a lower house. They're just in
Mhm.
charge of the Procyon sector.
Correct. Yeah. Yes.
So
they
yeah,
wouldn't
I guess
have
just more of a general.
a ton of sway
Mhm.
here themselves, but just trying to deceive your way into the base to figure out where this thing is. Okay, I take it. Do you have any questions for me beforehand?
We should
That
probably
might
gather
change
information.
Yeah. You probably don't even need to pick a house or anything like that, because like one of the benefits of a science officer, I'm just adding this to the fiction here.
Yep.
One of the benefits of like this being a science officer would be it's like the only wing of the military that is a true meritocracy and
Sure.
not based on like who your family is and what house you come from.
And that actually makes a lot of sense too, because Gears would know that the Aurea, the science planet, is very cutthroat. Like people that study there and work there are constantly stabbing each other in the back to just get ahead as somebody notable in the scientific community.
Yeah, you'll never. Ironically, you'll never find a greater hive of scum and villainy in all of this universe.
Than those nerdy eggheads.
I mean, I have seen horrible things, and they were all there.
Yeah, I think we have a pretty cool deception then.
That's a great deception.
Yeah.
Do we want to just go ahead with the engagement roll?
I think so.
Okay.
Well, there's like a gather information, maybe beforehand.
Yeah. Like,
What
that could
about-
be very useful.
So probably can't just scan it from the surface or from space and like know anything valuable, but like, we'll know what we want to know. But can I like use the long range sensors to learn anything?
Sure. Try and get a scan. Yeah. Yeah, I think roll then with comms.
I think that's
And
2, right?
yeah, we'll say it's still risky because obviously if they caught wind of someone scanning them, that would not be good.
That'll be good.
But we'll say standard effect, risky standard.
Risky standard. Okie dokie. I'm just gonna roll it.
Okay.
5 again.
Okay.
Ooh.
I think then, I think that's gonna bump down the effect to like a limited effect. So what you end up figuring out is that there is intentionally placed over the planet like a very heavy interference with scans, right?
Makes sense.
They do a ton of work to make sure that their military presence and capability is concealed from anybody who might be able to figure out what it is. So there is so there's a hive of like buildings, and like that seems potentially important. There's also a lake that it feels like there is like in fact, I think what it is that those two places have the most interference put over them. So that's how you're like, these are probably important places in regards to scientific, like military research.
Okay. All right.
And they're close to each other, so like you'd be able to hit both. But
All right. Well, who wants to Laker buildings or compound? Probably better. I guess we'll start with the lake then.
Yeah.
Easier landing.
Good old
I heard it's
silent
like,
consensus. Yeah.
I said
Okay.
it first, so it's happening first.
All right.
What loadouts are y'all taking?
I
this
think
might-
I have to go light.
I'm going
Yeah,
to go
it's-
light as well.
Yeah.
I was going to say this
Well, I
might
mean-
be a time in which taking anything above like definitely a
Since
heavy
we're
would be
since I'm
very
going as
conspicuous.
a guard. I feel like normal makes sense.
Yeah,
We're going just as a
Yeah, I
guard.
feel like everyone except for Gears could get away with normal,
sure.
but heavy would
Yeah.
be.
That's normal I can see, but like heavy would be like, why are you carrying 18 weapons?
Oh, you know.
Because I'm a successful experiment.
But fun fact, loaded for bear, we can all carry +1 load,
Correct.
regardless of our choice.
Nice.
Yes.
So light is 6
Hmm.
now, or normal is 6 now.
So the way I envision that is just like a bunch of extra equipment on this Malcleet guard transport.
Yeah.
So
Oh, and all our armor counts as heavy armor.
and your armor counts as heavy armor. Correct.
Hmm.
Yep.
All right.
shit. And this makes you're just wearing hegemonic armor. Official hegemonic armor. All right, you got your loadouts. Gambit, I think you got that extra one, so you're starting at 2. And
Mhm.
let's build this engagement roll. We're gonna add 1 for sheer luck. We are going to let's see. Is the operation particularly bold or daring? I don't think so. I also don't think it's overly complex or contingent on many factors. So, it's pretty straightforward deception. Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? I might give this to you just because deception feels like the opposite of assault. And if you had chosen assault, as you so rightly noticed, trying to assault a military planet would be foolhardy. So I would have taken a die away if you had chosen assault. So I think by choosing deception, I think the inverse would apply, that they're probably not totally set up for trying to pick up deceptions.
Mm.
Any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation? Don't think so. I don't think so, but I also don't think there are any rivals interfering.
Nice.
I am going to take a die away for them being a higher tier than you, though. So we're down to a single die, and it's the start of season 2. I'm gonna roll it.
First engagement roll.
I'm gonna roll this one.
Ooh.
I'm certainly engaged now.
That is a mixed result. That is 4. So you are in a risky position when the action starts. Yeah. So I think what it is you land. I will get past the like clearance thing. But you land and there is a like pretty big contingent of soldiers that are accompanying someone like with a data pad, and they walk up. The guy goes, sorry, we didn't have you scheduled for this. This entire planet is on lockdown, especially to anyone who does not have any clearance to land. Please state your business now, otherwise you will be shot immediately.
Officer Ganymede is here to check on the experimentations.
I need a roll.
I'm just gonna look
Sway.
at them disappointedly and disdainly.
Mhm.
I have
Yeah,
a,
you better. You better.
I have an item that might be able to help for this as well, unless you already rolled
Okay.
and rolled great because you're Johnny and you're rolling. But
Well, no, I also don't have position
Yeah.
in effect yet. I always roll earlier, then I get
Oh,
that,
yeah.
and, so, and I have like I
The pilot-
I need the action first before it.
I said sway.
Sway? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't
the
hear
pilot
you.
has a item called guild license, and we can say that perhaps I gave it to Praxis, or no, as Praxis is saying that Havoc will just pull it out and show it.
Yeah.
So,
Sure,
Yeah.
sure.
yeah,
Sure.
it reads
Um,
legit pilot certification, though it may
Yeah.
not be yours. So yeah.
It's just legit. I love it. Is it yours?
Oh no.
No.
Hell
Yeah,
no.
he found it in the ship. It's
Love it.
just,
Love
just
it.
sitting
Yeah.
there.
I love it. Yeah, I think
Officer named Tweedledee.
I think because of the role, it is a risky position.
Mhm.
But I will say standard effect.
Okay.
Risky position, standard effect.
I'm gonna trade down to desperate.
Desperate, great.
Yeah.
Okay.
And do I need to? I really only need this one guy to believe us, right?
Yes, yeah. You don't need to convince the entire platoon of soldiers.
Okay.
I mean, there might be more people eventually, but right now, you just need to convince this guy.
Okay. I'm going to, if you guys are cool with it, I'm gonna use one of our gambit. So I'm gonna use one gambit. I've got the help from Havoc, and I'm gonna push myself to side dance on this guy.
Okay.
So it's still sway with the side
Sure.
dancing.
Yep.
But,
Yeah.
Yeah, should I? Yeah. I marked the item. Should I? I'm fine with also marking stress to make it like an assist. Is
Yeah.
that? Yeah.
Yeah,
Hell
you
yeah.
totally can. Yep.
Cool. Double sixes.
Double six.
I mean, technically triple sixes, but only 2 of them matter.
Only 2 of them.
Yeah,
happen. So
who's
even
counting?
greater, even greater than great effect. You can see that his mind clouds for a little bit, and he goes, "Oh yes, the experiments. I will mark you down. Right this way."
Marvelous. And I look over at Gears and sir, and I step out of the way for him to follow the guy directly.
Just gives him a curt nod to Praxis, and then to the docks workers, and then doesn't say a word, just keeps on moving.
Yeah. He leads you to the like the barracks first, the complex. And like as you pass through it, you're passing by like dozens of doors, just like doors left and right. And as you walk past, he's like, "Yes, we're practicing training over here. This is where we are developing new bullets and weapons over here." He's just pointing out all the different like experiments and whatnot. He mentions that they are. There's like the 2 that like stand out to you, I'd say, is there's like a side in this complex that he brings you to. It's like a very large room. He says, "Yes, here's where we're experimenting on the quantum rotators. Very hush hush. Not a lot of people know about that. I assume though, and he looks at Graves and goes, I assume you're interested in the experiments at the lake research. Yes? The Xeno experiments?
It's correct.
Do I have a clue? I feel like I can't remember if they pointed out, what's her face pointed out where Pharos pointed out. Is it
What
the lake
to
experiments?
look for?
Yeah.
They didn't say. I will
Maybe
say
there's
I
an
will
info packet we got.
yeah. I mean the thing is like because she doesn't know what it is, she doesn't quite know where it is. I think she did say it's probably in one of the complexes.
Okay.
That I did not say correct.
Yeah. Praxis will step forward again. We were told there was something of particular interest to the Admiral here that was being kept out of the archives.
Well, that would most likely be, and he gestures to what he just told you about the quantum rotators.
Okay, this is what we need to look at. It's imperative that you bring us whatever paperwork you're able to. Post haste.
I understand. Yes. And he leaves.
Gears will just walk into the. Still trying to look. Yeah, intimidating and powerful.
Yep.
Can I get like a read of the situation of like what they're doing in here, what this is for?
So when you walk into like one of those things where like they're the scientists and they're in a room typing on the computers, and then there's like a giant room where they're testing it. And you see them, they don't really pay attention to you as you walk in. They tap on their things. And there's like a ship that comes out onto a conveyor belt in the middle of the room. And then they like hit a red button, and then out of the walls, these like Gatling guns come out, start heating up and then firing, but they're not firing anything. And it does that for a few seconds, and then there's a pause, and then you start to see these like lights like start to appear over the ship, and then it just explodes.
Like you disintegration?
No, it got hit with bullets and explosives, but nothing was fired from.
Invisible bullets?
Gears just points to one of the scientists and is like, "You explain this."
I think I still need an action.
Fair.
Sort of set up this scene, but yeah.
Love it. Love the energy from Nick.
It feels like a command.
Yeah,
Not good
Yeah.
at that.
I take it. It does feel like a command.
Probably not.
I think it's risky, but you'll have great effect.
I feel like
Okay.
just being with him, like a part of his, suit. I feel like, am I able to like assist just by?
Just standing around.
No.
No, I don't think so.
I tend to have more power by standing around.
Yeah.
Don't just stand there, do something.
I have no pips in command, but I also have to minus a die in this roll.
Yeah. So that means, I'll say you have to do two things if you want to get out of rolling 2 die in.
Right, I figured.
Yep.
So,
But I am giving you great effect because I think the effect you'd have would be substantial because you're in a military suit. It's just
and you're
still
saying that
risky.
we're risky right now, right?
I think it's still a risky action. Yeah, I don't think it's quite controlled.
Okay. Then I will do. Yeah, devil's bargain. Push yourself.
Someone could assist. Just gotta tell
Yeah,
you
I
what
was
to
gonna
do.
offer.
I'm gonna
my
trade.
services.
I'm actually gonna trade down from great effect
Okay.
so that I
controlled standard.
yes,
Cool.
and then I think I'm just gonna roll it.
Okay.
Hi.
Okay. All right.
Two.
Oh,
Okay.
Wait, did you roll? Did you roll 2 and take the lower?
Yeah, why?
Because I marked stress to help.
He still would mark
Oh.
to it.
Oh, I didn't know you were doing that. In that case, then
Oh.
I will push myself, so I actually can just roll one.
Just rolled the 1. Okay. Please re-roll then.
All right, just no dio. Come on. 6.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
right.
All right.
we
Good
cannot
thing.
fail these rolls.
Gotta get my
was
proverbial
a-
fingers in there to get those 6s on the dice.
That was a big
All
roll.
right.
That was a big
It
roll.
was.
Yeah. All right. So you do it. He says, "Yes, sir. These are the experimental quantum rotators. They're firing.
I was gonna
quantum
say they're
bullets.
quantum.
They are. To be honest, sir, I'm just the technician starting the experiments. You might have to find the blueprints or a scientist to explain them to you. The bullets are firing from somewhere. I don't know where, but
Did you tell me to find something, or are you going to tell
sorry,
me where
sir.
to find something?
You'll probably find it in the head archives here in the complex. I also believe that Dr. Aaliyah Voss is overseeing some experiments in the lake complex right now. She would be able to answer all your questions.
And point me to the archives, please.
Yes, sir. And he gives you the directions. It's, you have to get there from here, but there's somewhere they're in this complex.
All right. Thank you for the report, soldier.
Yes,
or
sir.
not soldier. Well, yeah, soldier. What was your name and rank?
Ensign 2, sir. They call me Brossel.
Brossel. I'll put you in for a commendation, Brossel.
Thank you.
Well
Thank
done.
you, sir.
And we will walk away towards the. At some point, like if we have a second, Gears will be like, so we're going to the archives, right? I don't really want to try to talk to actually like high-ranking person because they are not gonna fall for this for a second.
We could talk to her. I'm certain I could get the information.
I guess you are a talker.
But if
A
you feel
speaker,
more
if you
comfortable
will.
going to the archives,
You can go either way.
I think we'll get the information we need faster if we go talk to her. And
All right.
that one gentleman was going to fetch the paperwork, so the archives might be redoubling of efforts.
That is fair. All right, let's try the lake. I hope there are signs.
It's a very beautiful complex. There, like, you like maybe on the side you like type in where you're going, and then arrows appear on the ground, like leading in the direction of. And it takes you to like a transport, like a little rail car. Cool. Let's make this fun.
Yeah, I wasn't having any fun before this.
Yeah, let's make this fun. You are getting into this transport, and it's the 4 of you and another person. They were already in the car. They are going to the lake as well. It's the next stop. She is has her hair just like tied up in like a really like tight ponytail, short hair, wearing a pressed suit. I would say Praxis and Gears you probably recognize. Like this is a high ranking person. you might not know exactly who they are, but you can tell this is a very high-ranking person. And she is just dead face, staring at the four of you.
I
What are
stare
your names
back,
and ranks?
same dead face.
What are your names and ranks? Why are you heading to the lake? It should be locked down.
I think Gears is standing the whole time, and so he just kind of like turns to face her. What rank was I given again? What
I said you were an admiral, which is crazy.
what does okay? Gears would know. Like we have officer like garments. He's wearing them
Sure.
currently. What is his rank?
I mean, if Johnny said admiral, I think
It's really
they're
okay.
they're admiral. Yeah.
All right.
That's hilarious.
I'm Admiral Ganymede.
He's admirable.
I'm admirable.
I'm the Admiral Ganymede. These are a few of my bodyguards and trusted advisors.
Yes, names and ranks of them as well, please.
And who are you to pull rank on an admiral?
I don't know enough about the military. Is there something above admiral?
Not in the name.
President,
President. This is the president of
Queen.
the world. Queen.
There's the High Admiral.
I'm the
Uh,
queen.
She goes, surely you know me. I'm in charge of counterintelligence and intelligence. I've never seen you on this base before.
I've never been on this base before.
I've neither heard of you.
I will put a hand on your shoulder. May I, Admiral?
Absolutely.
And I'm gonna end up taking myself out. I'm gonna push myself, and I'm gonna side answer.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see.
I
So
think we should have just had Graves turn this lady into paste, but whatever.
Right.
I'm considering it.
So
It's
Sway.
okay. yeah,
I think it's risky limited.
I will trade down to desperate for standard.
Okay. Desperate standard. Okay.
Okay. I'm really hoping that this goes well. I'm gonna say what I say first, and then I'll roll and see how
Sure.
it turns out.
Sure.
That's right.
Good job.
John Mayer.
Our names, and I point to each of us in turn, are Thorn, Plex, and Graves. We have no rank because we are not part of the military, but you don't care about that. You're here to escort us where we need to go, and make sure we leave this base safely. I rolled double sixes again.
Jesus. And he's back.
I assume that you spent the extra stress to have only vague memories of the event.
Nope.
Okay. Perfect. I want to be clear on that.
That would take me out. No, it wouldn't actually. But I'm not going to do it because I might need to do it again. So
Yeah. The telltale like side dancing fog comes over her. She goes, "Yes, of course. Yes, of course. I'm here to escort you to what you need to. It's wonderful to have you visit, Admiral."
Thank you for that.
I am going to spend that extra stress to have vague memories. I'm worried I'm going to regret that. I would rather just talk my way out of something normally later than.
Okay, I will let you have it this time. In the future, you got to mark it beforehand.
Okay.
All right. Well, take us to
you arrive at the. It's like
Oh,
an
take us.
underground.
What?
It like
Yeah.
goes underwater, and then you
It's within
find
the
yourself.
water.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seemed like a cool vibe. This
No,
isn't like
I
deep
like
down.
your
This is-
decision. It's just funny to me that it's like
This
a
is more
theme.
like the research lab is like on the mountainside, and like some of it goes like under the lake.
Mm.
So take us to Doctor. What was it again?
Dr. Voss.
Dr. Voss.
Magneto
leaders.
I was on my way to see her as well, so
Perfect.
you can follow me. Have you found any? I don't quite know what you do. Any signs of rebellion that you've encountered lately? I always like to try and be ahead of that.
Yes, it's looking like Aaron of House. What house is Aaron a part of?
How's Aaron?
Verilon.
Valerian.
Oh.
Sorry, yeah.
Valeron?
Verilon. Verilon.
Aaron of House Verilon might be plotting something against the hegemony.
I love this a lot.
Get wrecked, Aaron.
I feel like it needs another. I feel like it needs another action though.
I can sway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the effect is limited.
Fair.
But I will give you, because of the side dancing, I won't make it desperate. I'll just make it risky. Risky limited.
Risky limited. I would only roll one die for this because of my -1 die. Can I want to trade to desperate.
Okay. Desperate and standard.
And standard.
Okay.
And then I will push myself again to gain a
Wow.
die.
Okay.
So I'm rolling 2. Wait, nobody else want to get on it. Also, do we have any gamuts?
I can get 1.
We should have one more.
All right. How does everybody feel about me spending that on potentially getting rid of a problem?
Go for
Or
it.
well, challenging a problem. All right. All right, baby. Come on. Come on, baby. Just a 6. Well, I mean, just a 6. It's a 6.
I do. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. You guys are still at war with House Malcleave. I'm going to create a clock.
Okay.
And that clock, once it runs out, will represent the head of counterintelligence and intelligence for all of the hegemony, having rooted out traitors in House Valeron, which in turn will mean that Aaron does not have as much power, may even himself be captured, and you will no longer be at war with House Malcleave once the clock is run out. It will take some time. Counterintelligence building takes some time, but once the clock is filled, you will no longer be at war. I will say that it is an 8-segment clock. And I will start filling it during the next downtime. She goes, "Thank you. I will start investigating them right away."
It's good. Good.
Dr. Voss is this way. And she leads you to Dr. Voss's laboratory. When you get in there, it's like there's a chair for like surgery,
Mhm.
like a giant piece of machinery right above this chair. And Dr. Voss, like wild brown curly hair, is hunched over a creature that is on this table. And in all of last season, you have never seen them actively experimenting on a Ramden. It's only ever been the result of what they have done. But strapped in the chair, conscious and screaming, is a Ramden who is currently having his arm like lasered off.
I will lean into the intelligence officer next to me and say, tell her to report everything about the quantum rotators to me and to my men. Also, tell her to stop this while we're here, so we can talk more freely.
You see, I'm not gonna have you roll because I think you see Hector walk in and talk to. I think you're like in the room with her, like you're in the giant like laboratory room.
Yeah.
So Hector sort of just like leaves your side and walks up to Dr. Voss. Dr. Voss like listens for a moment, maybe like stops it momentarily, listens for a moment, and just like points to her computer in the corner, and then like shoos Hector away, and turns back and just keeps experimenting on this Ramden. The screams begin filling the air again.
All right, I will walk over to the computer.
You do, and I'm not going to make you roll because she pointing you in the direction of the computer. There's no like passwords or whatnot, whatever that'd be goofy. So you find the blueprints for the quantum rotators.
Can I also, I got limited access on them.
Yeah.
High security military base. Maybe just like look for some
Something else.
There's some. Oh, I want to know where and if there is anything gleaned from what their plans are for my experimental hyperdrive.
Yes. I will need an action for this.
That is very fair.
You should also
Hack.
see if you can basically erase our current ship's VIN from the database.
Oh, no, that's probably more important. Yeah. Yeah, well. No, Gears is probably going to just go for the.
I was gonna say, what would Gears
Yeah.
do?
Yeah.
He'll be
WWGD.
Action.
Hack, for sure. Which gives me 2 dice.
I think we're looking at risky and standard. Nope.
Standard.
We're on Saloxa, risky limited.
I'll give it to you this time, but next time you need to decide before.
I did. I just did.
I will go just.
That's be the first thing you say, Justin.
That's so different. That's so different if I said risky standard and then after he rolled, I was like, actually risky limited.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go desperate standard.
Desperate standard. Okay.
Because I gotta do it, man.
Gotta do it.
Get that
At least there's like
skill.
a direct cost that I had to pay to changing my mind.
I understand.
Yeah. I will hear Devil's Bargain.
Oh, the
Yeah,
devil's
you will.
bargain.
You get what you want, but not the devil lives inside you.
Grooving.
Oh, he's already in
Dancing
here.
with the devil.
Devil's bargain. Okay, so you'll figure out what you'll figure out what their plans are for your hyperdrive. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Like the sound of that.
You'll
The
figure
sound
out
of
what
Jesus?
You'll figure out what
Jesus
their plans
approved.
are for your hyperdrive, but
You see the plans for the return of Jesus in there?
You see their plans for their return.
I can't believe they planned this out.
Man, someone does know the day and the hour.
I know what it is. You'll find out what their plans are.
What a niche joke.
But it'll be much further along, and you won't be able to just stop it easily.
Mm. Yeah, I'm gonna push myself instead.
Okay.
Come on. 6 and 2 1s.
Ooh.
It's a good thing you push yourself.
Yeah, it's a bit scary.
Yeah. So it is on its way to Arya. And you can see that their current plans, they haven't even received it yet, but they just received it and maybe like just tagged it, or like there's an email message probably from your old mentor, Professor Senka Ardell, who's the dean but was the chair of the warp drive department. Telling Dr. Voss that she's just received the warp drive and that they're starting to find a way to, I don't want to use the word miniaturize it, but personalize it into a personal,
Make it fun
compartment.
sized.
Yeah, make it Snickers fun sized. And that within a few days they should have an experimental prototype for project, let's name it something fun, or better yet, let's set it up, Project Super Soldier. And it is upon reading that the screaming also stops, and that catches your attention, and you turn around to see them fitting basically a miniature version of the quantum rotator in place of the arm of the Ramden.
Gears is calibrating. What do I do with this information?
Yeah, okay. A lot of bad things are happening all at once. We,
That's a relief, actually, for Graves.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, while you were thinking, I'm like, what was going on in Graves' head as he watched this happen?
I wasn't sure whether to step in and let Nick think, or if I would be stepping on something.
No, just go for it.
Meanwhile, I think during this kind of computer search, Graves will walk over to Dr. Voss and at a respectful distance comment as she's lasering through this Ramden's arm, and just say,
you're talking.
Yeah, I'll say this one is strong. You will learn much from him. Referring to the Ramden that she is experimenting on.
We didn't remove your voice box when we created this. Why not? You should all have your voice boxes removed.
I was part of a different batch.
I need an action.
Sure.
He's literally built different.
Built different.
Yeah, I think it'll be I want to do is the challenge before me just primarily about not raising alert in your mind, Justin?
Pretty much. I mean, you're literally talking to the person who has essentially created all of the experiments for Ramden.
Yeah.
She'd be very well versed with what they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And she at this moment is a little cautious and wary because you do not fit anything that was supposed to happen in the experiments.
Oh, dang. There's not enough diversity in the experiments that I can't even plausibly fit. That sucks. Because I want to claim to be, obviously a successful experiment.
You certainly can. You could still try and be like, they decided not to do that, and they wanted to, there are lots of ways you could lie about it. But I think the challenge
Maybe he was like
is,
a
at this
prototype or
point,
something.
she does not believe that you are what you say.
So here's what I'll add so that you can understand the spin on this attempt to prove myself to her.
Yep.
Graves says, "You don't recognize one of your first successes." And then I want to lift something extremely heavy. Something uncannily heavy for a Ramdan.
Okay. Even for you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so I'd like to use Unstoppable and push myself.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I mean, what I think the demonstration will be something like, what's something? Is there like an absurdly heavy crate nearby or something like that?
There is. I mean, there's the giant machinery that's like just finishing up putting the Gatlet gun essentially onto the Ramdan's arm.
Okay. I'll try to lift that.
Okay. What action?
This will be scrambled.
Scramble. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I think you're probably looking at Desperate Limited.
Okay.
It's not. I think it's Desperate and Limited.
Desperate and limited. What would limited effect mean in this case? Does it imply that I can't even, get through the interaction?
No, limited would just mean they might temporarily believe you. They might be.
They question themselves later.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that.
Exactly. Or it might be later might be in a couple minutes. You know what I mean? But it means that in the moment, maybe you've assuaged their fears, but it probably isn't going to last forever.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just take my 3 dice.
Okay.
Desperate limited. 6.
Wow. So you do it. She looks you up and down again. Yes, of course. I remember. Your command unit should still be functioning, so please report yourself to have that voice box removed. It's incredibly grating on me. You should just be obeying our directions and not speaking. Yes,
Understood.
Yes. I have things I need to do. Please don't bother me again.
Is there, now that I'm this close, Justin, is there anything I can see on the panel of controls that she's using that would,
yeah,
that would very obviously release the Ramdan she's experimenting on?
Oh man, Graves.
I mean, yeah, probably, yeah. You see something that you could, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think I'll smash her face against the board right on that spot.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna have you roll an action next
So
week.
close.
I'm gonna have you roll an action next week.
Oh,
We're out of time.
Steve, I love you.
We walked into it and I was like, I'm gonna put this in Steve's lap because I imagine
literally
Graves
the
will do
woman
something.
responsible for all Ramdan experiments.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Like in Gary's eyes, she has that.
I wanna contest that role so bad.
It's happening.
I mean,
It's happening.
I don't mean the roll isn't happening. I mean, like, I have things I could do to stop him from smashing her face that I will probably.
No,
attempts to do.
it's happened. It's
Well, I haven't rolled.
And I'm like,
Yeah,
I'm like watching him.
Yeah.
Like,
I
This
think
is a
we all
contest
take,
mechanic,
we
right?
all take notice of Graves walking over to her.
Oh yeah.
Right?
sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Also,
Let's
it
see,
hasn't
is
happened.
it-
It's happening next
Well,
week.
if you're
Yeah.
gonna stop it, then it completely cuts the tension.
Hey, we
If
don't
we
know
open
until
on
next
you,
week.
just-
Well,
Stop
that's what the tension is. It's either Praxis wins or Graves wins.
Sure.
Tune in next time to see what the heck is going to happen.
Yeah. All right. Yep. We'll have to see what happens next week. I love it because I want this whole job to be escalated, but I understand why you don't want that to happen. Don't forget too that the head of counterintelligence and intelligence is in this room as well too, and a
Let's kill them,
fight might be on. Yeah, they might be fighting as well against you. So.
Just why you can't let Graves smash this lady's face.
All right. Well, thanks for watching, and
Yeah, thanks.
we'll see you in 2 weeks.
Well,
Bye.
we'll see in a week.
We'll
In a
see
week.
if you're listening to the audio. You'll see you in a
Yeah.
week. If you're listening to the stream, then we'll see you in 2 weeks. Either way. Bye.
You.